Going in the meeting and unmuted and got the camera, just need them to open me up the top.
Hello, hello.
Hello?
I think we're just waiting here real quickly. Some of the Granicus's are not loaded yet, so we'll just give it a minute.
Excuse me.
I think Councillor Clark's Granicus is ready to go, so I'll call order the meeting at, what do we got here, 9:32. Taking attendance, everybody's here in person, which is wonderful. And I'd ask for a motion for adoption of the agenda today. Councillor Mackay, thank you very much.
Thank you. That the July 7th, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. I don't think we have to go to debate on this, so we'll just go to vote. And that motion passed unanimously. Perfect. Okay, we will start with presentations, delegations, and announcements, and I would invite Tim Abel to come forward and speak regarding the intersection at Campbell Road and Poirier Ave. Is this online? There we go. Thank you very much, Tim. I'll just quickly remind you, you have 5 minutes. At that point, you'll hear a bell at 30 seconds, just as a warning. Your microphone might be turned off, but
No, can you hear me okay?
yeah, we can hear you. And after that, we'll open it up to questions from council if they have anything to come back. So when you're ready, please go ahead. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you for your time. Yeah, no, I won't take long. We've lived at the corner of Poirier and Campbell Road for 18 years. And if you're familiar with the area, you'll realize that the volume of traffic has increased tenfold. We've got Service Place at the corner. The Campbell Park Business Park is right there. There's a Tim Hortons with an Esso. That intersection has had numerous accidents over the 18 years. And just on Saturday, we had another fender bender there. What I want to talk to you about is probably the speed of the vehicles. Hebert Road going from Poirier to Hebert is one long straight road with 0 intersections. We hear vehicles revving their engines and racing down Campbell Road, exceeding 100 kilometers an hour regularly. Saturday as well, we were walking our dogs and we watched a motorcycle doing a catwalk down Campbell Road. Must have hit 100 kilometers an hour. I don't know how he didn't kill himself. Poirier, right behind our houses. The speed has been increased to 60 kilometers an hour for the last year or two, which means now vehicles are driving right behind our fence at about 70, 75 on average. We do appreciate that you put a a digital sign that shows your speed. And I know the intent of that sign is to show people that you're going too fast, but it's actually doing the opposite. We're watching vehicles use that as an odometer to see how fast and how big of a number they can make that go. So it's actually getting very dangerous to the point where, and we can't even enjoy our backyards anymore. We want to sit out there and have a barbecue. The volume, the loudness of cars, whether it's a sports car, a motorcycle, a truck, a semi going into the Campbell Business Park using their air brakes. It's so noisy that sometimes you have to stop your conversation and let that car go by so that you can continue on. It's getting dangerous for pedestrians. Like I said, there's a Tim Hortons there with a convenience store, service place. We're the old family in the neighborhood now. We've been here 18 years. My son is an adult, but that means there's a lot of new, younger families moving in with lots of young children. And it's just a matter of time that someone's going to get seriously injured at this intersection right at Campbell, Poirier. It's going to happen, and I hope it doesn't. And that's why I wanted to talk to you today. I don't know what kind of studies you've done. Have you done a noise pollution study for vehicles going by in the area? Have you done the volume traffic studies? Have you done speedometers or odometers to see how fast vehicles are actually going? It's not enjoyable to be in our neighborhood anymore. And I do speak for my neighbors. I talked to all of them, and I told them I was going to be presenting today. Rumble strips, narrow intersections for crosswalks. There are some neighborhoods where they put in little dips that make vehicles slow down at intersections. I don't know if that is an option, but something has to be done. We can't enjoy our yards anymore, and I don't want anyone to get seriously hurt, and it's going to happen. We've had numerous accidents at this intersection. We've had a rollover years ago. Last year, we had a van on fire at the intersection. So I ask the city to please do some studies, do some research on the roads behind Poirier, Campbell Road, and that intersection, especially now that the volume of traffic has increased tenfold. I love Service Place, but we're listening to vehicles burning donuts in the parking lot and racing through the Campbell Park Business Park at all hours of the day. You hear probably a vehicle drive behind us once every 3 seconds in the morning. So it's a shortcut to the Henday. It's a shortcut to the north side of Edmonton. So the traffic is high. So please, I'm asking, can you do some studies so that no children, nobody, no pedestrian, no bicyclist gets injured? And that's really what I wanted to talk to you about and just present to you, and just hope that the city hears and does something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that forward, and certainly understand your position, obviously, when it comes to safety, not just vehicle safety, but pedestrian safety as well. There is some questions that are going to come forward, so I'll start with Councillor Mackay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim. I live right there too. And so I was grateful that we were able to actually get that sign. But like you have noted, yes, you're correct. Sometimes some individuals are using it for the wrong reasons. And also there's a lot of electronic bikes that start to use that parkway of that little park right in by Pineview Park there. They zip around in there. So we're very familiar with that. Have you contacted the RCMP and made any complaints or have any?
Numerous times over the years, yes. I haven't yet this year. Last year I called the RCMP probably 3 times, and before, probably every year I've called at least twice. But by the time you make a call, the vehicle's gone. There has been a few RCMP or sheriff vehicles park at the Red Willow Church every once in a while, and they'll try to catch people, but it's almost like the raceway. They wait for that light to turn green and they just speed down Campbell or speed down Poirier. And but yes, to answer your question, long-winded, yes, we have called the RCMP numerous times.
All right, thanks. Yeah, and there'll be an opportunity to ask administration for some questions that could address some of your requests. So thanks, Tim. Yeah, we're very, very aware, and I'm very, very aware of that as well.
Yeah, it's we love our neighborhood. We always have, and that's why we've been in this house for 18 years in St. Albert for 25. And I respect cities grow. Service Place is a fantastic facility, but just watching these vehicles, like that catwalk with the motorcycle, that was crazy. I've never seen anything quite like that. And it's just, you can't enjoy your yard anymore. And we don't want to have to move because of noise or speed. And we're not the only neighborhood that has cars going by constantly. There's other areas that probably have more, but someone is going to get hurt. I see kids walking into Tim Hortons all the time, walking to Service Place, and I just don't want anyone to get hurt.
Thank you very much. Tim, I'll move it over to Councillor Bermansky now for questions.
Hello, Tim. Thank you for presenting today. I'm very familiar as I live very close to that area as well. And we've had the noise from Henday since Henday opened up a number of years ago, and it is intentionally, growing. And I noticed that there's a connect too with Aikens Drive and Hebert Drive, and you're feeding from sort of 4 different sections. So the question I have for you is, I'm hearing like a lot of motorcycle noise at nighttime and whatever. What time of days would you say it would be the busiest in your opinion?
Okay, the busiest, well, on the noise side, it's usually, well, lately with the rain, it hasn't been too bad. But usually in the evenings, after supper time, you'll hear, like, there's some pickup trucks with modified mufflers or no mufflers that just are so loud when they drive by. And it's usually heading south on Campbell Road or heading west on Poirier, because we're right at that corner, like my backyard. We've never built a back gate because we back right onto that corner of Poirier and Campbell. It was dangerous for my son, so I didn't even build it. But to answer your question, probably in the evenings, but sometimes early in the morning, there's like guys going to work at 6 a.m. and they'll just rev their engines around the corners, but mostly probably in the evenings when you're trying to enjoy a barbecue or the backyard.
Right. Okay, and it's obviously a summer problem, I would suggest.
Yeah, obviously they're not going to be speeding as much on the winter times because, for obvious reasons, but summertime, spring, fall absolutely are the 3 worst seasons. But when the ice isn't there, we've had numerous accidents because of speed at the intersection. There's been some trees taken out on the boulevards right there at the corner. We had a hit and rollover about 5 years ago, right at the Red Willow corner. But yeah, so summer mostly, yeah.
Okay. And I know early in the year, like people get that, spring fever, and that seems to be the worst. And then it tapers off a little bit, but maybe because of the rain, it's extended this season.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming forward. I know it is an issue in many areas, and
Yeah, no,
we'll
absolutely.
have to try and digest, what
Yeah.
to do in the future. So
Like,
thank you.
I've been in some communities where they put large, like around schools, they put kind of speed bumps, larger speed bumps, like, not like you would get in a parking lot, but that is a deterrent to slow down. Those are long roads, and I understand, it's going to be a nuisance. I live in the neighborhood. Do I want to go over a speed bump or rumble strips all the time? No. But if it slows down the traffic and then the revving of the engines because they're speeding at it, accelerating so fast, I'm all for it. And so are my neighbors. I've talked to probably 5 neighbors either direction. So I told them I would speak on their behalf.
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. As Councillor Mackay said, we'll have some questions here for administration. I don't believe there's any other questions from council, so thank you very much for your presentation today and bringing this forward, and we'll have some more discussions with admin regarding this, so appreciate it.
Thank you for your time today.
Appreciate it. Have a great day. Thank you.
Yeah, take care.
Okay, I will open it up to council now if there's any questions for administration. We will start with the trustee, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. Just in a follow up, and I'm anticipating you don't have the information available already. Is it? And I don't know who's online. I am aware that we have had a number of dedicated enforcement activities as it relates to that location. Is there any way, do you want an IR or do you want council? What would you prefer, just to get some background information as to what we've done to address? It is becoming an increasingly challenging area.
Yeah, I mean, we do have staff who might be able to provide some answers. I'll defer to Mr. Slatt on the traffic engineering piece. We do not have anyone available from an enforcement perspective, so I would recommend an IR for a fulsome response.
Yeah, so maybe Mr. Schick, if you want to speak to the noise and volume component of the presentation?
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity and also the time taken by the resident to report these concerns. To be honest, there's a couple of different implications here. So we'll separate the two concerns around the noise and the safety side. Right now, for safety, we kind of focused, recognizing the discussion forthcoming around the intersection. And right now, the area in terms of safety is not on the transportation engineering's radar due to incidents or anything like that. We do network screening annually of reported incidents, so reportable collisions, and this site itself hasn't reached the volume or consideration that has triggered kind of in-depth safety reviews or in-service safety reviews of the intersection, unlike some other areas of the city. In total, in the last approximate 7 years, there's been a total of 26 collisions, largely approximately just under half are rear end related, kind of typical of an intersection, signalized intersection for high rear end incidents. And in terms of the actual speeds, I do have the recorded speed from 2024, so it's a little bit dated, and we can collect updated information and data to help not only for our analysis side of things, but like to Mr. Abel's comments around study, we can record speeds and volume and then use that information to help with enforcement to identify maybe when key times of day are occurring where violations may be occurring. So better kind of resource allocation and efficiency in enforcement. But right now we're seeing 85th percentile from the past around 67 kilometers per hour. So above the posted speed, but again, in a it's not above, there's no threshold or anything like that, but in terms of comparisons, it's a moderate area versus a significant high violation kind of representation from the data that we've collected. In terms of traffic calming itself, arterial roadways are not recommended by kind of industry standard or practice for traffic calming measures. Traffic calming, like the deflection measures mentioned from the resident, typically go on neighborhood roads, like mentioned, around school zones or like on neighborhood collector roadways or local roadways. Arterials, just functionally have higher volumes, do operate at the higher speeds. So when you start to actually design measures for the intended operational speeds, they're not quite as impactful or beneficial. And in terms of lane narrowing or functionality, we have transit, we have different operations and systems, in terms of that arterial network need. So traffic calming isn't necessarily a viable option on roadways like Campbell Roadway or Poirier Avenue. But the alternative measures like the driver feedback sign, the intent is there to try and bring awareness to drivers and influence speed. And then largely our effort moving forward would be, to maybe do an updated investigation, speed studies on the sections of road, and then share that information with enforcement and do our best to collaborate and coordinate with them. On the noise study level, we have conducted two studies throughout the entire city, and we just haven't historically in any area of the city exceeded our threshold for industry threshold, which is 65 decibels. And we're continuing to look, and we have a phase that's starting in progress right now in 2026 to identify some of the other key areas of the city where we look to essentially do a conceptual design and a cost benefit analysis of potential noise mitigation. But again, there's nowhere currently in the city that we've experienced excessive noise beyond allowable thresholds. It's not to dismiss residents' concerns around noise. There's a seasonal implication around the types of vehicles out there and associated restrictions with said noise levels emitting from vehicles. But in terms of the ongoing continuous noise, we just haven't, in terms of an industry practice, reached a level of significant kind of influence or programming to suggest any area of mitigation. So nothing planned in that area imminently or anything. So
Just a follow up, Mr. Fletcher, to Mr. Schick. In relation, I know a couple of years ago, we put in a pedestrian activated light at Pineview and Poirier or Kingswood and Poirier. Was there Is there any studies ongoing right now to look at actually turning that into a light itself, or is that just something that's gonna have to stay as a pedestrian activated light?
Thank you, Councillor McKay, for your question. We are investigating. We've had a couple of resident requests to investigate that intersection, and we have planned warrant analysis where we'll capture updated traffic volumes, pedestrian volumes, and then assess them to the Canadian standards for signalization. And as we see that number, if we kind of recognize a trend, I don't have the numbers in front of me to respond as to what the level is at currently. They haven't met the threshold yet to be signalized intersections. But if the demands increase, the volumes increase by that, I mean, then we may see those intersections signalized. And but it would be kind of timed and through recognition, and we would have that identified within our transportation network improvement programs. Identify that as a candidate site, so council would be aware that it's on our radar, but currently it is not. But it is part of a network assessment consideration.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Just a question to follow up on that, Mr. Fletcher. To say that we would potentially do a study and then report that back to MES, would it not be more efficient just to have MES look at enforcement opportunities and use that as the data to determine if we need to make some changes? Why would we do a study to then report to MES and not just have MES enforce it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the study doesn't preclude MES from being there and doing enforcement. As you can appreciate, MES enforce and the traffic section, including the RCMP, had the entire city to cover. And so the more you can target their presence to the peak periods, that's the data that underpins it. But in the meantime, MES is still aware of the issue, right? And would be conducting enforcement throughout the city.
Yeah, thank you very much. It just seems, obviously, to your point, a whole city to cover, and it's reactionary, not necessarily predictive of what's going to happen and difficult to manage in that sense. Like it's responsive, but to do a study, I guess maybe some more understanding of what that study would look like. But if it's noise pollution or if it's speed, trying to target that maybe would reduce both of those at the same time if there was a presence there. But again, respecting and understanding that there's multiple priorities throughout the city, but not just monitoring it, but trying to prevent it rather than react to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it's a bit of a chicken and egg discussion, right? And so MES will be there. Traffic enforcement more holistically. Obviously, we do not have automated traffic enforcement available as a tool like we used to have. And so we are reliant now on with certain exceptions, we are reliant on our teams, right? Again, they're covering the whole city. The more we can direct their efforts based on data. So when we know that there are peak periods, right, because of a study in terms of volume and noise, and we've got those, that it's easier to target across the city, the presence. In the meantime, that doesn't mean nobody's there. So for those folks who have really loud vehicles and want to speed, like they're out there, right? And we'll get you eventually. But in the meantime, the more data we can have to underpin and make that more efficient, I think the better it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Patrick for questions as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question, just like what determines in an intersection, what determines like a high like accident area, or like you Mr. Schick mentioned there's 26 accidents there, with most of them being rear-ended like that. So that's more just over two, I guess, two a month, right? Is that like, how do we determine that intersection maybe needs extra signage that says high accident area, or is that just normal for an intersection?
Yeah, Mr. Schick can certainly jump in, and Mr. Slack can jump in as they see fit. There are standards, right, that drive a number of these things. It's not just the number of accidents. I think it's also the nature and the complexity of the accidents, but I'll let Mr. Schick speak to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So absolutely. So industry practice, typically a collision-prone intersection is one that sees a trend of 5 or more collisions annually for a period of time. And so it's also reflective, though, in terms of a safe system approach is what we want to try and target are severe incidents. So where an incident may have property damage only incidents, ones that are having focus like severe maybe injury or if fatality had occurred or anything like that. Those obviously kind of gain some focus in prioritization in terms of safety and possible mitigation efforts. And typically what we try to do is through our programming is we do annual network screening that we review annual collisions, the reported collisions that come in. We look at that, the types of incidents and the severity, and we target those intersections and do in-service safety reviews that highlight operational and kind of functional impacts that are occurring at the site and look for mitigation measures through that. So it's again, it's not dismissing the fact that 26 incidents since 2020, like that's also 26 incidents over 6.5 years of time. So that's not 26 incidents in a single year, please just for clarity. But it's not to dismiss those, but it's again, we're doing network screening and our resources are allocated to priority sites. So it's just when I say that this site isn't on our radar, it's just hasn't reached the core point of prioritization in terms of the types of incidents and the volume of incidents occurring.
Okay, and I apologize because I guess I misunderstood when I was listening to you. I thought you meant that was 26 incidents in the last year at that intersection. I was like, that seems really high. So, okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Clark for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Fletcher. I'm just wondering what kind of response we would have if we actually looked at reducing the speed limit on that arterial to address some of the issues that the resident has brought forward, and obviously Councillor Mackay has experienced it as well.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Mr. Schick can certainly offer some comment. I'm not sure we could provide an exquisite answer to that without looking at the impact on the entirety of the network, right? One little change has an impact everywhere around it. Mr. Schick. Sorry, I ran out of breath there. Mr. Schick is what I meant to say.
Thank you very much for the question. And so the city went through a citywide network speed study in 2020, 2021, and Poirier Avenue was actually recommended for changing the speed from the previous posted 50 kilometers per hour to 60 kilometers per hour based on a criteria assessment established by the Transportation Association of Canada. So there's a variety of different criteria that the city went through, and we investigated each arterial individually and individual road segments of all the different corridors throughout the city. And it looks at a variety of different inputs and gives a recommendation based on certain aspects of sidewalk or trail availability, number of intersections, accesses, geometric design of the roadway and intersections. And so following that review, that was what ultimately, it was an engineered rationale and decision and ultimately presented to council at the time for bylaw approval for posted speed amendments that the speed was changed. Now, that's a maximum posted speed. So it's in theory, a safe system approach recognizes that, a speed may influence the probability of collisions as well as the outcome and severity of collisions. So reducing speeds under the recommended, engineering recommendations is not necessarily met with opposition from an administration point of view, but operationally, what tends to happen is, I can say that likely the speeds previously, when it was posted at 50, were very similar to what they actually are operating at today, where I identified in 2024, we captured an 85th percentile speed of 67. So drivers often recognize design of the roadway and come to terms and may start to drive within those thresholds of the actual design. And so it just may turn into a little bit of a variance with at some point, not necessarily an arbitrary reduction of speed. The intent is good, the objective is safety, but the adherence then likely pushes even more so on enforcement and mitigation measures to try to influence the driver's behavior to that significantly reduced speed limit.
Thank you, Mr. Schick.
Just a follow up to that. Have we had in the studies, and you said over the last 6.5 or 7 years, 26 accidents, has there been any fatalities at that intersection?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Schick. I don't know if you have an answer to that. Again, we may have to go to enforcement for the data.
I do have a breakdown. My apologies. I just changed screens here. So I do have the raw data for the last little while. And
problem. Take your
we
time.
don't of the 26 incidents that occurred in 2020 till mid-June of this year, we've had 19 of those property damage only and 7 injury-related collisions. And so injury-related kind of refers to where I don't even have the severity of the injury related, so it may mean hospitalization, it may not. I don't have that defined. Well, actually, my apologies, I do. There was one major injury of those 7, which means recorded like registration in a hospital. The other were minor incidents. So, but no fatalities, to directly answer your question, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I don't believe, we'll leave it open if there's any other questions from council. I don't see any on the list, so thank you very much, Tim, for the responses, and I appreciate it. Mr. Fletcher, thank you. Okay. Moving forward, we'll go look for a motion for approval of the minutes regarding 5.1, which is the Standing Committee of the Whole meeting from June 9th. Councillor Patrick, thank you very much.
That the Standing Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of June 9th, 2026 be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. That passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving on to section 6, new business for information only. I'll move it over to Mr. Fletcher regarding the update on the Housing Accelerator Fund, Transit Corridor, Neighborhood Intensification Strategy. Please, when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Olivieri and members of the Standing Committee of the Whole. My name is Katie Mahoney, and I'm the manager of the planning branch at the City of St. Albert. I am here with my colleague, Craig Walker, senior planner, Lori Scott, affordable housing liaison, as well as the project's planning consultants from WSP, Om Joshi, and Patrick Lowe, who are online. While you may see 3 of us sitting up here before you, there is a mighty internal team behind all of this work. Specifically, I would like to acknowledge the hard work and efforts of the entire Housing Accelerator Fund team, as well as our colleagues in development, utilities, and transportation, who have been working very closely with us. This morning, we are providing a project update on 2 Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives, specifically the Transit Corridor and Neighborhood Intensification Strategies. In today's presentation, we're going to start off with an overview of the Housing Accelerator Fund, as well as our recently completed housing needs assessment. This will be followed by a summary of strategic planning policy direction from Flourish and highlights from community engagement. We'll then provide an update on the Transit Corridor and Neighborhood Intensification Strategies, including the considerations we're actively exploring. Finally, we'll conclude with the summary and next steps. We will be happy to answer any questions after the presentation. I will now pass the presentation on to my colleague, Lori Scott.
Thank you, Katie. Good morning, committee members. Change. Launched in 2023, the Housing Accelerator Fund is a $4.4 billion federal program that aims to boost housing supply while supporting affordable, inclusive, equitable, and climate-resilient communities. St. Albert is one of 241 municipalities across Canada selected through a competitive grant process to receive funding. Unlike many grant programs, the Housing Accelerator Fund does not require a matching municipal contribution. St. Albert has been conditionally approved to receive up to $11.8 million. 2 installments totaling $5.9 million have been received so far. Next slide. St. Albert's action plan consists of 7 initiatives that the city is required to advance. As you may remember, we started talking about the HAF program and the 7 initiatives underway back in December 2025. In January 2026, administration brought forward land use bylaw amendments to parking and the established neighborhood overlay as part of initiatives 2 and 6. Today, the focus will be on initiatives 1 and 3 in pink, which will be described further within this presentation. Upon completion of the first year of the 3-year HAF program, the city has already achieved 59% of its housing development targets. All housing targets must be met by December 2027, with expenditures completed by December 2028. CMHC closely monitors spending through ongoing reporting processes. The 2 remaining funding installments, which are an additional 5.9 million combined, will depend on the city meeting the following conditions: fulfilling all action plan milestones and deadlines, achieving all housing development targets, and achieving the mandatory requirement to enable 4 units per typically sized lot as of right throughout the city as redevelopment slowly occurs. St. Albert recently completed the Housing Needs Assessment process, which is a federal requirement for the Housing Accelerator Fund, the Build Canada Community Building Fund, and other federal infrastructure and transit funding programs. The Housing Needs Assessment provides the necessary evidence informing current and projected housing needs over a 10-year planning horizon. The Housing Needs Assessment identified key housing gaps and emerging pressures through an analysis of demographic trends, market conditions, affordability, and lived experiences. Based on these findings, 4 key insights were developed to help inform future housing priorities, highlighting the need for a broader range of ownership and purpose-built rental housing to meet the demands of residents at different stages of life and income levels. An increased supply of non-market housing options is needed to support seniors and households earning moderate incomes moving forward. As council advances its goal to attract new businesses to St. Albert, employees will follow, singly or with their families. Currently, the number of households led by residents over the age of 65 is growing faster than all other age groups. Demands for housing options suitable for 1- and 2-person households are expected to continue to increase. Missing middle housing forms, supported through the Housing Accelerator Fund, can help address these needs in a way that is thoughtful and well-planned for St. Albert. Katie, back to you.
Thank you, Lori. We're now going to spend a few minutes talking about the policy direction outlined in Flourish. St. Albert's Municipal Development Plan, Flourish, was approved by City Council in 2021. The document provides planning policy direction regarding the city's growth and development over the coming decades. While most of St. Albert's new growth will continue to be through greenfield development, Flourish sets the foundation to support more redevelopment within the built-up areas of the city. The overarching goals in Flourish, such as housing options and sustainable growth, are the what we are trying to achieve or the desired outcome. And the associated policy statements are the how. The work being done through the Housing Accelerator Fund, and specifically the intensification strategies, advance and implement direction outlined in Flourish. Further details can be found in attachment 2 of your agenda report. As with most planning projects, community engagement has played an important role in helping shape the outcomes of the project. We're going to spend a bit of time talking about that process. Since the launch of the Housing Accelerator Fund program in May 2025, the project team has been working to deliver timely communications and opportunities for community engagement. Starting off with how we engaged, we hosted a public questionnaire, an in-person public open house, and several workshops. These events were promoted through direct outreach, such as emails, and broader community outreach, such as social media ads. Next is who we engaged with. We connected with residents, Indigenous partners, the Chamber of Commerce, and the development industry. And finally, why? The purpose of our engagement efforts was to inform the community about the project and to get feedback on key project deliverables, specifically the guiding principles, which sets the foundation for the project, as well as potential changes to the land use bylaw. Now moving into what we learned. From our residents, we heard certain values being reinforced, such as protecting neighborhood characteristics and the need to provide housing for all stages of life. There was also support for responsible, high-quality design and efficient growth. Some of the concerns raised were related to the potential for incompatible development, potential for loss of green space, and infrastructure concerns, specifically the lack of capacity required for redevelopment projects. From our developer and business community, we heard support for flexible design standards and enabling a range of development forms without having to go through approvals. There was interest in increasing high density and mixed use opportunities in St. Albert. There was also expressed interest in financial incentives to support private development projects. Along with community values and concerns, shared priorities emerged through the engagement events and conversations that were held. This common ground includes St. Albert needs the right growth in the right areas. We need quality and compatibility. These are essential. Infrastructure is also an essential consideration, and it needs to keep up with growth. And finally, housing options are needed, but need to be balanced with key considerations such as location, quality, and compatibility. I'm now going to pass the presentation on to my colleague, Craig Walker.
Thank you, Katie, and again, good morning, committee members. So in previous conversations, you'll recall that administration has outlined, excuse me, my screen has stopped sharing here. Let's just try this again.
That's okay. We'll just blame Bill.
Okay, let's try that again from the top. So in previous conversations, committee members, you'll recall that administration has outlined how each of the 7 Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives work together from slightly different angles to increase housing supply and housing diversity in order to facilitate more housing affordability, at least insofar as what's within the scope of influence at the municipal government level. Out of all 7 Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives, it's these 2, the transit corridor and neighborhood intensification strategies, which are the ones predicted to trigger the greatest number of additional housing units. And this next part of the presentation will outline the general direction we see them going in. As Ms. Mahoney mentioned, we don't have all the details exactly confirmed yet, but our intent is to provide you with a good amount of information today in advance of the anticipated public hearing in September. We'll start with an update on initiative number 1, which is about expanding housing options along St. Albert Trail. So as a refresher, the goal of this initiative is to guide how the city plans to redevelop land for housing and mixed-use spaces within up to 800 meters of future transit nodes along St. Albert Trail. To do so, committee members, administration is currently in the process of finalizing proposed amendments for 2 land use bylaw districts. Specifically, amendments that should make it easier to develop apartments and townhouse complexes in the existing Trail Corridor Commercial District. And secondly, by introducing a potential new district, which landowners could apply for over time through the council-involved redistricting process. Let's zoom in a bit more detail now, starting with apartments in the Trail Corridor Commercial District. So first of all, the municipal development plan states that lands along St. Albert Trail are currently dominated by commercial uses, but will be encouraged over time to also accommodate residential uses, mostly apartment buildings, but also townhouse developments and office buildings. Accordingly, this simplified table you see here currently shows that apartments are already allowed in the Trail Corridor Commercial District up to 22 meters in height, but merely as a discretionary use. So to reduce uncertainties for developers and to enable more what we call as of right development opportunities, administration is contemplating moving apartments to become a permitted use, and furthermore increasing their maximum height to 25 meters, about 1 story more, to increase the economic viability for such projects. As shown towards the bottom of this table, there are also a number of miscellaneous associated development regulations underway. Again, nothing set in stone yet, but administration is exploring regulating density to match the range already outlined within the municipal development plan. Furthermore, although the majority of the Trail Corridor Commercial District is already buffered from adjacent low-density residential areas by either roads or green space, we did find 4 unique instances where the Trail Corridor Commercial District backs directly onto low-density residential properties. And in those instances, as shown here, we're looking to increase the setback to LDR, or low-density residential, from the existing 6 meters up to 10 meters if we're going to see that extra floor in height. To reduce the mass of such apartment buildings, in communications with our development partners, we're contemplating reducing the maximum building length from 100 meters today down to 80 meters, as shown on the chart on the right, along with provisions to ensure the development officers can use discretion to request things like sun shadow studies, or to incorporate design features such as articulation, the use of different colors and materials, landscaping, and more. Moving on to townhouse complexes now. These are currently not listed at all in the Trail Corridor Commercial District. Accordingly, to align with MDP policy, as shown here, we're looking to introduce these as a discretionary use, along with currently drafting associated development regulations that, once finalized, will likely be equivalent in nature to those required for the apartments. Let's move on now to the emerging new mixed-use transit-oriented development district. So first of all, just as an explanation for the rationale, so whereas the Trail Corridor Commercial District I just mentioned is typically done piece by piece, a new mixed-use transit-oriented development district would be done more holistically. The implementation of this district we're about to discuss would be brought forward through future redistricting applications by individual landowners, so one at a time, with decisions being made by City Council after a public hearing. A process, as you know, which requires newspaper advertising and opportunities for public input. And just to clarify at this time, there are no properties proposed to be redistricted. The lengthy list of land uses that would be allowed in this district is identical to those already allowed in the existing mixed-use 2 district in our land use bylaw, but it's been simplified here for the purposes of this summary presentation. Just to help better paint the picture for committee members, this mixed-use 2 district is the same district currently assigned to the Riverbank Landing site, as well as Amacon's Grandin Park Village. So for example, as shown here, again in a simplified table, residential uses like apartments, townhouse complexes, and mixed-use development could be permitted uses up to 50 meters in height, with a minimum site density of at least 100 dwelling units per net residential hectare, in alignment with existing MDP policy. For the non-residential uses, which could include things like offices, retail, hotel, and more, there would be a combination of various permitted and discretionary uses. Again, exactly the same as what's outlined in the existing mixed-use 2 district, along with a maximum height of up to 50 meters. So if these changes along St. Albert Trail, including both the Trail Corridor Commercial District as well as this mixed-use transit-oriented development district, if those were approved, what might this actually look like? The renderings on these next 3 slides give you a bit of an idea. And just to clarify, these are highly conceptual and represent a potential ultimate build-out scenario many decades into the future. Furthermore, much of what you see illustrated here is already allowed. So I mentioned apartments are already discretionary uses up to 22 meters in height. Again, to incentivize developers and to reduce some of their risks, we're just looking to make apartments permitted as opposed to discretionary, and to increase the height up to 25 meters and up to 50 meters in the mixed-use transit-oriented development district, which again is the district that would be implemented one at a time through redistricting applications and council decisions. This rendering here shows what St. Albert Trail at Hebert Road could look like. Again, hypothetically, should developer interest and real estate market conditions align over future decades. Moving a bit north up the trail, this next rendering shows a hypothetical redevelopment concept around St. Albert Trail at Belrose Drive. The tallest building you see here, which is currently part of the Safeway parking lot, is adjacent to a future rapid transit station that's envisioned within the municipal development plan. And one final example, again, moving a little bit further up to the trail. This is the hospital site at the top of the screen. So this is the trail at Boudreau. And as we've communicated within the agenda report, these changes are intended to increase the housing diversity and housing supply, which ultimately equates to housing affordability over time. And we're aiming to do this gradually, cautiously, and in a manner that respects community input, technical considerations, existing MDP policy, and federal government aspirations. And maybe just to elaborate a little bit on this one slide, I know the text is impossible to see. It is included in your agenda package, should you be interested. But the sort of orange buildings here are the apartment buildings, so the highest densities along the trail, transitioning down to townhouse plexes where adjacent to the lower density residential areas, which are typically already buffered by a road and or green space in the majority of circumstances as well. We're going to shift gears now and talk about our emerging considerations for St. Albert's existing neighborhoods. Once again, City Council, we don't have all the details finalized, but believe we have a very, what we call a made in St. Albert solution for encouraging sensitive redevelopment, which could satisfy the CMHC's requirement around 4 units as of right. Once again, as a quick refresher, the goal of this initiative is to make it easier for small-scale growth to happen within St. Albert's existing neighborhoods over time, while remaining compatible with the surrounding area. And what we're going to see in these next few slides is that to do so, admin is currently in the process of finalizing proposed amendments to the low-density residential district to enable more opportunities for appropriate infill subdivision and small-scale redevelopment, along with a number of associated regulations related to adjacent property impacts, streetscape character, etc. So let's jump in here, and I will have a few graphics to illustrate some of the text we're going to look at. So currently, for the single detached housing product on what we call an interior lot, or also known as mid-block, currently the minimum lot width is 9.82 meters. On that same lot, you could have 2 secondary suites. So as mentioned in previous conversations, you could already have a combined total of 3 units on all of these lots. Furthermore, these existing lots could have either single or double driveways. What we are currently analyzing with our consultant, WSP, is to reduce that 9.82 meter down to 8 meters. And if doing so, if the lot is going to be narrower than the existing 9.82 meters, rather than 2 secondary suites, there would only be 1 secondary suite permitted, as shown here if that lot is under 9.82. That's the current minimum. Likewise, where the lot is going to go below the existing minimum of 9.82 meters, requiring only a single wide driveway leading to a single wide garage. Again, we'll have a slide coming up that paints that picture a little more clearly. For the semis, currently on interior lots, the minimum lot width is 8 meters, again with either single or double wide driveways. We're looking to move that 8 meter minimum down to 7.35, Once again, coupled with a requirement for a single wide driveway leading to a single wide garage, if the lot goes any narrower than today's minimum of 8 meters. What's not changing is everything else. So for example, duplexes, townhouse plexes, that's, if you recall from previous conversations, we have 3 different definitions for different types of townhouses. The townhouse plexes are already allowed in the LDR district as discretionary uses if they're on a corner lot and have lane access only. So that's not changing. The heights aren't changing, nor is lot coverage, setbacks, parking, and more. So the next few slides will help to visualize this a bit better. So currently for interior, also known as mid-block lots in the low-density residential district, the minimum lot width must be 9.82 meters if you want to build a single detached dwelling. So that's this number down at the bottom. This means that in order to subdivide for the purpose of building 2 single detached dwellings, the existing pre-subdivided lot must be 19.64 meters. That's that number at the top of the screen. Apologies, it's a little bit small in here. So that's that 19.64 meters is roughly 65 feet. And the challenge P&D has discovered is that only 10% of all of the existing low-density residential lots in the city could actually satisfy that minimum width requirement, which is one of the reasons we only see a small handful of infill subdivision applications each year. However, as mentioned in my previous slide, if that existing 9.82 meter minimum lot width was reduced down to 8 meters, indicated by the orange circle here, that's roughly a 19% reduction, by the way. The percentage of all existing LDR lots, low density residential lots, that could be eligible to subdivide for the purposes of building 2 single detached dwellings would increase from just 10% of all lots now up to 55% of them. Again, this is done gradually over time as landowners come forward, typically when a house is approaching the end of its usable life cycle. Quite often, landowners might even choose to replace like with like, but we're just providing that option on up to 55% of the lots. So given how popular and desirable the single detached housing product is, this very minor lot width change, again, equivalent to about 19%, we feel as a very important tool to help gradually increase the housing diversity, housing supply, and housing affordability over future decades, and in a manner that's compatible with existing neighborhoods, respects the community input that we've heard, and aligns with MDP and CMHC aspirations. Just for context, in the city of Edmonton and in many other municipalities across North America and beyond, the minimum lot widths for single detached dwellings can be 7.5 meters or even less. We're not proposing to move the needle that far, just down to 8. So just to clarify, the lots we see in these examples, these show interior lots or mid-block with front driveway contexts. For simplicity, we're not showing all of the other nuances that can pop up. So for example, corner lots, a lot that has a rear driveway with a lane, but there will be equivalent reductions in those contexts as well. But these interior lots with front driveways are by far the most common situations in St. Albert. Furthermore, as mentioned on the last slide, to address matters such as on-street parking, waste cart placement, snow storage, utility connections, boulevard trees, green space, and more, once subdivided, administration is also proposing to limit these narrower properties to having single wide driveways and garages rather than the double wide. And ironically, almost ironically, by squishing that lot, just that 19%, it actually results in 1.5 meters more on-street space from driveway edge to driveway edge as a result of limiting the driveway to a single wide. In addition, although pre-subdivision, the original dwelling that was there could already have up to 2 secondary suites, again, a total of 3 units per lot. Post-subdivision, the 2 new single detached dwellings on these slightly narrower lots would each be limited to just 1 secondary suite, This moves the needle from the current maximum of 3 units per lot, again, a single with 2 suites, to a new maximum of 4 units in that same existing area, which is exactly what the CMHC requires. Super quick tangent for a second. Before I go into the next couple of slides, let's just take a quick second to illustrate the difference between what our land use bylaw calls a semi-detached dwelling and a duplex dwelling. So up here, we've got a semi-detached dwelling. It's one building within which it contains 2 units, along with 2 utilities. And the big takeaway here, it's on 2 separate lots. So they're both owned privately, sharing a common dividing wall. That's how our land use bylaw defines a semi-detached dwelling. A duplex, exact same built form. It's still one building with a common dividing wall, but this time it's one lot. Because you only need one utility connection per lot, there's just one utility illustrated here with those 2 units. So quick tangent before we go into these next few slides here. And we'll start off with the semi-detached proposed changes. So with that being said, to build a semi-detached dwelling currently, the minimum lot width must be 8 meters. That's the small number up on your screen here by the mouse cursor. This means that in order to subdivide for the purpose of building 2 semi-detached dwellings, the existing pre-subdivided lot must be 16 meters wide. That's the number by my mouse cursor at the top here. Currently, around 59% of all existing low-density residential lots could already satisfy that minimum lot width requirement. As mentioned several slides ago, if that existing 8-meter minimum was reduced down roughly 8% to 7.35 meters, the percentage of all low-density residential lots that could be eligible to subdivide for the purposes of building 2 semi-detached dwellings would increase from 59% of all lots now up to around 71% of them. Once again, helping to gradually move the needle to increase future housing diversity, housing supply, and housing affordability over time when landowners so choose. Like the narrower single detached dwellings a couple of slides ago, similarly, these narrower semi-detached dwellings would also be limited to single wide driveways if they're going any narrower than the existing 8 meters, which is the case today. And once again, like the singles for the semis as well, equivalent changes are also being reviewed for the more nuanced situations like corner lots and lots with rear lane driveways. But again, these interior lots with front driveways are the most common for our semi-detached housing product. Moving on to the duplexes. Once again, as mentioned, a duplex is any 2 dwellings sharing a common dividing wall on a single lot. In each of those dwellings, they can also have 1 secondary suite within each for a combined total of 4 units on that one lot. So no changes are contemplated to the minimum lot widths to build a duplex, but we are in the background exploring a few development-specific regulations that could perhaps enable a bit more creativity for builders. For example, if a duplex is proposed on a corner lot, if it had a lane, a walkout, or other unique building scenarios. So committee members, to wrap up and summarize all of these emerging items, we've prepared just a high-level discretionary, I'll rephrase that. We've prepared a high-level simplified slide that just shows sort of the big moves. Again, we're still in the process of finalizing some of the details we outlined today, but in September, ultimately, we anticipate bringing forward 3 primary groups of changes. In relation to the changes associated with the transit corridor intensification strategy, these are the ones highlighted in the green. Again, we're potentially looking to make it easier to develop apartments and townhouse complexes in the existing trail corridor commercial districts, and preparing a new mixed-use transit-oriented development district that's basically ready to go for the future, but wouldn't actually be implemented until a site-specific redistricting application is brought forward by a proponent for council's consideration after a public hearing. So those are the 2 in green. And again, high-level paraphrase of the neighborhood intensification strategy in pink. We're looking to enable more infill subdivision for slightly narrower single detached, again, a 19% lot width reduction, and a slightly reduced lot width for semis, again, an 8% lot width reduction, coupled with those single wide driveways and limiting it to one secondary suite post subdivision, thereby allowing a diverse mix of opportunities equivalent to 4 units as of right, should landowners desire as existing housing products approach the end of their usable life cycle. And for all of these items above, just not detailed here for simplicity, we're exploring miscellaneous associated development regulations to ensure compatibility and to address other technical considerations. We mentioned building lengths and a number of other things, and that for simplicity, again, aren't on this summary slide. While we finalize those land use bylaw details, also still occurring in parallel, with the help of our colleagues at WSP, we're starting to wrap up our growth modeling, which, once completed, will inform the finalization of a utility capacity analysis, which in turn will inform an infrastructure investment plan and financial incentives plan, both of which, of course, can be funded by the Housing Accelerator Fund grant from the CMHC. These items, once known, will all be discussed at the September 15th council meeting. Just a quick interim update for now. So as a next step, speaking of September, on September the 15th, a council decision is anticipating regarding various land use bylaw amendments that will make it easier, that will aim to make it easier for the development of apartments, townhouse complexes, and mixed-use developments along St. Albert Trail using a combination of both the TCC and the new MU TOD districts, and making it easier for infill subdivisions, enabling additional single, semi, and/or duplex housing accompanied with secondary suites in the low-density residential district, which meets the intention of 4 units as of right. That concludes our update, Mr. Mayor. So with that, I'll turn it back to you. And to aid in the anticipated discussion, I was going to propose, I'll just leave up this summary slide to help facilitate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Extremely thorough for sure. There's going to be obviously a number of questions. Just for clarification, maybe I'll start. For interior lots, you want to go from 9.82 meters to 8 meters, which is from 32 feet to 26 feet, which is essentially a skinny home. Correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's one term for it. I pointed out in the presentation, in a lot of other municipalities, their minimum lot widths for the single detached is 7.5 or narrower. So I suppose it's a relative term. Yes, it's skinnier than what you see today. Others would reserve the term skinny home when the lot is narrower still, but essentially, yes, we're talking about the same thing in principle.
Perfect. Okay, so 7.5 puts you just under 25 feet. I know the city of Edmonton you need a minimum. They round up to 50 to be able to split it, and to achieve square footage required for single detached, you often have to go up because you don't have the width. So I think we just need to be cognizant that going to 26 feet would essentially expose the opportunity for height, and being cognizant of character of communities in St. Albert to date. This would has the ability to change what character or fabric looks like in some of these communities that do not have that height to begin with, and 2, the splitting of those lots that would allow for that opportunity. So, and 25 meters goes to 82 feet, I believe, which again, you're gaining your square footage out of height, not width. And I know, at least in my experience, we've had some feedback from the community that there's some concerns around that. If you live in a bungalow and you see an 82-foot tall home go up next to you, so just being cognizant of that. My question, I guess, out of that is, when you start splitting lots, or you have the opportunity to do this, have we done a calculation or an expectation on what the demand for utilities will be in these neighborhoods especially when it comes to electrical with the increased propensity for electric vehicles and what that would put on the demand for the cities and the transformers in the area.
Thank you, Mayor Olivieri. So a few questions in there. First of all, I'll just point out the bottom cell here. So in the pink low density residential. So what is proposed to change is the minimum lot widths along with associated regulations for the secondary suites and driveways. What's not changing are all of the other regulations, including height, lot coverage, floor area, setbacks, etc. So essentially, the height you see today and the development opportunities today in terms of the height and how close it could be to the neighbor, none of that is changing. So the existing setbacks, the height, the lot coverage, parking requirements, all of that is the same in the before and after scenarios. As for the second part of your question pertaining to utilities, we do have a utility capacity analysis underway. We will have more to share about that at the September 15th meeting. We kind of have to get these development regulations wrapped up first to help finalize some of the utility modeling, but that is underway. As for the electrical side of things, we have not gone down that route at this time. Typically, that would be the prerogative of our partners such as Fortis. We do plan to circulate our proposed changes at that time, but again, these are very, in our view, everything is relative. These are very minor changes. So I mentioned on all low density residential lots today, you could do 3 units on that lot. We're just looking to move that needle to 4. And just because we are moving the needle doesn't mean residents are all going to be lining up at the planning department the next day ready to do it because it's already allowed. So we would say, we'd respectfully submit, Mr. Mayor, that this is sort of setting the stage for the future. Things could be monitored over time, but electric considerations are typically something that our partners with the shallow utility companies can address as we go, as supply and demand evolves, technology changes, and the like.
Thanks for clarifying that. Would the potential for utility upgrades, would that fall on the developer or would that fall on the city if we hit thresholds that would exceed, or if we have thresholds and then we potentially start to exceed that?
Through the servicing analysis through this project, we are looking at what potential upgrades may be required over the coming decades. So I think it depends on the infrastructure that needs upgrading.
Yeah, I think little A, little B, Mayor, depending on what the components are. I think a good example is the St. Anne work that's due to occur, right? Is the city doing it, and that's to upgrade the infrastructure, but also to pave the way for the current planned density. So that there would be, the study would identify the deltas or the areas for improvement, and we'd have to map out what that plan is and who's responsible for it over time.
Okay, that's all my questions for this time. I'll move it on to Councilor Hughes for questions, please.
Thank you. I'm just wondering procedurally, in the past, when we've had land use and major bylaws, when it came to SCOW, there's actually opportunity for council to make amendments. And it appears that since this term has started, that's no longer happening. So I'm just wondering why this is coming forward as for information, as opposed to bringing it forward to SCOW either now or later with the opportunity to make amendments instead of having to do it during the public hearing.
Yeah, Council, the reason it's coming forward now is to put it on your radar for discussion. If you wish to make amendments, you can absolutely make motions to amend or make amendments as you see fit.
Oh, really? So we could do amendments today?
If you wanted to make a motion,
Okay.
I would humbly submit that there's any amendment probably requires some study and some work behind it to adequately articulate the impacts.
Okay, that's useful to know. Okay, because going forward then, that's good to know for council if we actually want to make amendments, because I didn't have any prepared because I didn't think that was on the table. The other question I had was, I have a few, but so we're doing all of this with the intention to produce 300 more housing units, correct?
Correct. Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, roughly 300 more units over the first 3 years,
Right.
and substantially more thereafter.
Okay, so, and when I look at the chart for how much like it's, if we, you have a chart for how many was going to be there. I don't remember which page it's on, so forgive me. But it was like the transit corridor is 98 more units and intensification is 60 more units. So how would we achieve 98 more units in the transit corridor with these changes if there's not even any developments being considered in the 3-year time?
Those are anticipated units that we would hope to see through potential changes to the land use bylaw. But ultimately, this is all market driven. So there are some levers that a municipality can use to support and encourage certain types of development and redevelopment. And through changes to our land use bylaw, it's one of those levers a municipality can use to encourage development and a certain type of development within particular areas.
So how would we get that done in 3 years though? Because you said that we have to complete this within a 3-year period. And I don't know how any of these changes will achieve that goal within that timeframe.
There's 2 goals of the HAF program. One is to achieve the 302 units within the 3-year term. The other goal is to make long-term systemic change to encourage more housing units as time goes on. So yes, the transit corridor intensification strategy will be a long-term strategy as well as the neighborhood intensification. So it's not intended to increase it by 302 units specifically for those 2 strategies, but it's the overall HAF program on a holistical basis that will increase housing supply.
So how are we going to get that 302 units when everything that you're bringing forth to date and what I'm seeing from before and now won't achieve that in 3-year time?
We are achieving the units. The neighborhood intensification probably will because of the fact that it's more incremental development that would occur throughout the city. It's not specifically in one area. So, for example, semi-detached duplexes and secondary suites are all considered missing middle housing. So those will all count towards our housing targets. And they can be developed in all neighborhoods throughout the city.
Okay, so the other question is just as a follow-up. So all the infill that we've had to date, do we know the average price for it? Has it actually been significantly less than the housing that's just new housing or established housing? How much less are we getting for infill to provide it as more affordability?
That's not something we specifically keep track of, Councillor Hughes. We do keep track of the number of applications we see, like for example, subdivisions.
Okay, so we don't really know if this is going to provide more affordable housing. It's just going to provide narrower housing.
On a general, Greenfield is generally cheaper to build originally than infill because of the fact that infill, you have an existing home, you have to demolish the home, and then typically you have to prepare the site if you're going to do 2 homes on it. So it's not really a like for like. The other component is that in an existing neighborhood, you have existing schools, you have existing transportation, you have existing servicing and amenities that you don't have in Greenfield. So that's a less, for a city, that it's also beneficial because you're using your services in a more efficient manner.
Right, but it wouldn't produce more affordable housing. Because you're telling me that, I mean, we have to demolish the home, we have to subdivide the home, then we have to continue to do the building. So I'm just curious how we think that the infill would actually produce people in lower incomes being able to be more likely to afford it.
Councillor Hughes, I guess it's not really affordable housing. It's just different choices of housing at different price points. That's for truly affordable housing, there has to be some sort of subsidy in order to reduce the costs. But if for market affordable, it gives a wider variety of housing choices for people in St. Albert. So they have an ability to choose what type of housing they can afford and where they would like to live.
So this isn't going to really reduce the costs then?
Housing affordability is an issue right across our country, and it's a very complicated matter. There's certain levers a municipality can use to help improve housing affordability. So that one of those levers we can use is trying to boost the number of homes or the housing supply. And the other one is providing a variety of housing options for a variety of income levels.
How many homes do we figure will be built once we open up the northeast surfacing?
We'd have to look into that and get back to you, Counselor Hughes.
I'd love to know that, because I'm guessing we can get to 300 within 3 years by just doing that.
I think the anticipation was about 20,000 people
Yeah.
in that northeast. When it comes to affordability though, regarding your question with infill, I think it's the diversity of housing options. So if you go to rental market, you're providing that which maybe doesn't exist today.
Yeah.
However, in terms of build cost, from an affordability perspective, it's in that space is very difficult to work with because the acquisition cost is quite high in St. Albert versus other municipalities.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I apologize, Counselor. I just, again, I just like to highlight to council, I think it's important to consider the 300 as a component of this, but also then the long-term sort of posture for St. Albert. And so looking at it purely through the 300 lens, right, we're by and large on track, I think, and things are working pretty well. If you look at trying to set the conditions right for what does St. Albert look like in the future for a Made in St. Albert solution, I think that's the other lens that you need to look through some of these policies for.
Yeah, I just have one more question, and I'll let somebody else talk, Mayor. And that's actually my concern is the long-term effects of what we're doing. The one thing that I saw in the document that stuck out to me was just that there's a lot of support for aging in place. But all these solutions are going to involve stairs, and aging in place, the key is no stairs. So what size lots would we require to actually be able to put bungalows back into play? And the reason I'm asking, I'll just continue this, is that apparently there's quite a few people who've contacted me this year because their property taxes have gone up substantially higher than people who are not in bungalows. So it turns out that if you're in bungalows, your taxes went up because your property value went up because we have a shortage of bungalows compared to what's being developed in the rest of the city. So what we are now determining is that we're not meeting the demand for bungalows, which is why they're going up faster than everywhere else. So do any of these solutions allow bungalows to continue to be built?
I'm going to defer to our development officer, Chelsea Thompson, to just talk about our existing land use bylaw regulations as it relates to bungalows and where they're enabled.
Sorry, thanks for that. My video is just kicking on now. Bungalows are just treated exactly the same as any other they're just considered a single family dwelling unit. So from where they can go in the city, they're afforded the same opportunities as a two-story. I guess basically the question would be where you could build one would or the size of lot would kind of come down to the square footage of a home that you wanted. So if you were talking something that had a basement and then just main floor living space, maybe it's just a 1-bedroom. You might not need a larger lot to do that. But if you're talking a typical 3-bedroom bungalow, you're definitely going to need something that's maybe a little wider, but it would still be something that could be enabled in our low density residential districts now or in the future.
How many bungalows are being built right now, Chelsea? Like you're doing the developments, is it, because the prices have gone up, which means the demand is not meeting supply. Are we getting a lot of bungalows still being built in the new areas? Because I'm not seeing them.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. We do have some duplex bungalows that have recently been built. I think that might be in the Riverside area. We do still have some bungalows being built in the newer areas. They're definitely not the majority, but an exact number I couldn't provide you, unfortunately.
Okay, so, but I'm just going to turn it back to away from Chelsea for a minute. If we reduce these lots to 7.5 meters, 8 meters. Really, we're splitting hairs at 7.5 to 8. Can we actually build bungalows? Can we build a 2 or 3-bedroom bungalow? Like, what is the square footage of because we're not changing any of the setbacks. We're not changing anything else. So if we reduce this lot size, how small does the main floor have to be now?
I'm going to defer to our development officer once again to speak. These are very development specific
Mhm.
questions, so I'll defer to Chelsea. Thank you.
This is just the practicality of it. So how small does the main floor have to be before it exceeds the lot coverage? Especially if we reduce it further.
I don't actually have that number, unfortunately, Counselor Hughes. It's going to have a couple parameters in there. I mean, we obviously have minimum front yard, rear yard, lot depths, and the side yard setbacks. If possible, I might ask if our WSP consultants maybe have some more data on the minimum size on that. But you're right, by the time you have your lot, you take away your front yard, your rear yards, your side yards, and then you also have your maximum heights and your maximum lot coverage amounts. That's kind of what you're left with, but what that number is in a smallest case scenario, I can't answer, but again, maybe our colleagues at WSP could provide some numbers.
Sure.
Hello, I can give you some quick numbers. So if we are looking at for an LDR, so Counselor, if you're looking at a single detached narrow lot based on the new reduced width that administration is looking at 8 meters on a minimum depth that's allowed in the LDR zone, which is 30 meters. So smallest possible lot that you could have theoretically. And based on the setback and site coverage restrictions, we are looking at approximately about 742 square feet on a single floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I have more questions, but I'm going to see if anyone else wants to answer them first. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hughes. I think the challenge will be you can build a 2 or 3 bedroom bungalow, but how big are your rooms? They're going to be extremely small, right? So you could put 4 in there if you want, but they're going to be the size of closets. Just before we move on, just a quick question. Do we know how many, when you talk about the additional cost for infill, obviously with demolition, as well as the requirements for asbestos removal, do we know how many of those homes in St. Albert would potentially have asbestos incorporated in them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, any house, you can consider any house built before 1976 to have asbestos, but they typically move that up to about 1990. Houses built up prior because of a lot of times people have used older building materials or they'd had an old stock that was there. So there's a risk up to 1990 that there could be asbestos in a building.
For sure, thank you. And do we have data on that on houses inside of the city that would be 1990 or no? Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bermanski, please go ahead.
Thank you. And so my first question is the change to the 8-meter width for the single use. And it was mentioned that currently that would, if we kept it at what it's at, it would be 10% of the neighborhoods would be able to have changes made. Why the push to change it to 55% of the houses when, I mean, you're looking at, I see these, you know, protect the identity, location, quality, compatibility. Why wouldn't we gauge what happens with 10%? Why the rush to change it when you're talking about decades in the future?
Thank you, Councillor Bermanski. So currently we see, as I mentioned, just a handful of infill subdivision applications each year. So these are already allowed, but only if you can satisfy that that figure of 19.64 meters or so. Right. One of the mandatory requirements of the federal government to qualify for this funding is to facilitate 4 units as of right. So as administration embarked upon this project, we have explored all options. So hypothetically, starting with no limits, seeing what we could possibly build, and then refining that, narrowing the scope through community feedback, consulting with our subject matter experts in other city departments, the development community, the chamber, and the like. So the proposed lot width reductions, the point we're trying to make is it would enable if landowners so choose, it would enable more housing supply and diversity on up to 55% of lots for that housing product. It would be more for the semis and more for the duplexes. But again, this is trying to tackle this through multiple different angles. So ultimately, the more locations you enable this opportunity in appropriate contexts, the greater of an impact you could potentially have when landowners so choose. And I'll just point out as well, you know, on the bungalow conversation, as these homes, with asbestos or not, are approaching the end of their life cycles, if that landowner wishes to replace like with like, they can. These regulations are not saying you can't build a bungalow anymore. A bungalow is just simply a single detached dwelling. That is a permitted use. So as long as they were within the maximum height and they met the setbacks and the parking and everything else, landowners by all means could replace an existing bungalow that's approaching the end of its life cycle with a new bungalow or a two-story. Or we're just saying where landowners so desire, they now also have the option to subdivide and build semis or slightly narrower singles. So it's about variety and options to align ourselves with the aspirations of our federal government to tackle this national housing crisis. So hope that clarifies.
Okay, it does, but I'm seeing we're kind of pushing a rapid change, you know, for $5.9 million, which is a very small amount of money when we're looking at this large change to our community in the big picture, and rushing it through a little bit quickly, you know, just to meet guidelines kind of thing. Yeah.
If I could supplement comments from my colleague, I think this is all within the context of St. Albert's historic growth rate. So yes, through the Housing Accelerator Fund and through recent record-breaking population growth, we have seen an increase in numbers. But I guess when we look at these potential changes to the land use bylaw, in particular making lot widths a bit more narrow, it does open up the number of lots that would be eligible to subdivide or to redevelop. But that's also within the context of St. Albert's growth. So we've always been very steady in our growth rate. We've always been on the modest side, and we don't expect that to change significantly because there's still the reality of market conditions. There's only so much growth to go around. And as I mentioned in the presentation, St. Albert's growth will still be dominated by greenfield development over the coming decades. And the redevelopment component is a much smaller component in the city's overall growth.
Okay, and then my next question, from the 22 meter to 25 meter, why, you know, 2 more stories? Like 6 is quite high already in some particular areas, and why is that just another, I guess, pacification for the CMHC? Or
Thank you, Councillor Bremanski. So in our existing other land use districts, like the medium density residential, the mixed use 2 district, 25 meters is already the maximum. So we're looking to just align the St. Albert Trail Corridor, which is the target of intensification according to our municipal development plan. So it's matching, it's saying if you can have that 25 meters in other parts of St. Albert, surely we should have that on the trail as well. And although it might seem like a very minor change, it does enable more flexibility, especially if we're going to see mixed use. In other words, ground floor retail and then upper floor residential. So it does enable a bit more flexibility. It increases the financing and developers pro forma related profitability type factors, which are a consideration as well. If a developer can't turn a profit, nothing's going to happen. And what we heard in our workshops is that extra few meters could be the difference between a project starting or not starting. So minor change, consistent with other districts, and enables a more advantageous business environment for the development industry.
okay, and then on the first graph, we're talking about the feedback from the community that it was a gradual projection. And then, of course, I think it'll probably end up where people see this, this picture that you had of the trail looking like you're driving into downtown Edmonton, which of course is decades in the future. So we want to make that very clear. But the idea of St. Albert Trail, you have that, possibility of those high buildings on every corner. So if it's not just, if it's still kept discretionary in specific areas, would that maintain it so that you can't do it on all four corners in specific areas and keep it a little bit more under control and discretionary in which area of the trail you're working on as well?
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky. So those renderings, and yes, definitely highly conceptual. So the tallest buildings you saw on the corner, those are intended to depict the mixed-use transit-oriented development. So those are the ones that would have the 50-meter height. Nothing is currently or proposed to be redistricted to the mixed-use transit-oriented development. That's something that would come back to City Council, whether it was something that happened this year or something that never came forward until hypothetically we had LRT coming up St. Albert Trail. That application would come back before City Council to ensure that it was appropriate. In the meantime, that new 25-meter height would be the proposed maximum. Again, it's currently 22 as a discretionary use. We're just looking to make it 25 as permitted. The 50s, they make sense around, strategic locations, but those would come forward one at a time in the future when brought forward by private proponents.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
I had a question to follow up on yours, Councillor Bermansky, and I lost it, so I'll come back after that. Councillor Clark, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to piggyback on Councillor Bermansky. So when we're talking the mixed-use transit and a permitted 50-meter height, how is it that it would come back to council if it's a permitted use? Why would it ultimately come back before council? And how would residents ultimately be able to have some input on that?
Through Mayor Olivieri to Councillor Clark, great question. It would only be a permitted use once that district is actually assigned. So we're, unlike the Trail Corridor Commercial and the Low Density Residential District that's already there, the Mixed Use Transit Oriented Development District is not. So when we come back to you in September seeking to incorporate this land use district into the bylaw, we're just looking to have it essentially sit as a district in waiting. We're not actually changing the color of our zoning map, so to speak. That is what would require the redistricting applications that would come back to you. If and when council approved a redistricting application, in other words, you're changing the color of the map from the Trail Corridor Commercial District that it is now, and you're flipping that over to the mixed use TOD district, if approved, then and then only it would become a permitted use. In the meantime, this district is just sitting as a district at the back of the book, so to speak, waiting for developers to come forward when real estate market conditions so warrant.
Okay, thank you, I think. I'm certain if you spoke to anyone in the Oakmont or the Erin Ridge neighborhoods with respect to that development, they expressed their concerns, and they're now living with the implications and the results of that. So carrying on, the Trail Corridor Commercial and the mixed use are both aligned to St. Albert Trail. Everyone on this bench, I think, has heard commentary about traffic on St. Albert Trail. So how is that, how are we going to increase the density that accesses the trail and address the traffic that we already have an issue for?
Well, at this stage, it's too early to do a traffic impact assessment. So we have been working with our colleagues to determine when that would happen. So that could happen at the redistricting stage in the future, or it could happen at the development permit stage. But we just don't have enough details at this stage to to qualify for a technically sound traffic impact assessment.
But if I could, Counselor, I mean, your point's well taken. It comes down to the utility network more holistically, right? And so it's not unrestricted free growth. To build something, you need to be able to flush your toilets and have it go somewhere, right? As was mentioned, our partners would ensure that you need to have adequate power, and we'd have to do the traffic assessment. So it's not there's not a big Staples easy button now because this is being proposed that all of this stuff will magically happen. So there's a lot of work that has to go into this. This is setting the conditions to look at the future growth of St. Albert.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, just to supplement Mr. Fletcher, in reality, Ms. Mahoney alluded to there's only so much growth to go around the entire region. So in reality, you might see an application or two one year, and then the next year you might get nothing. The next year there's a energy boom, or our famous boom and bust cycle in Alberta. You might get 3-4 applications come in, followed by nothing the next year. So these things can be monitored and addressed over time. Furthermore, as we like to say in the planning world, the land use bylaw is what we call a living, breathing document, and it is never finished. It can and does change all the time as demographics and technology and needs and so forth take their place. So what we're recommending today is not the land use it's not the intention to have the land use bylaw closed forever. There sure will be future redistricting applications, text amendments brought forward both internally and externally, or indeed by city council, as things can and will change. So these types of considerations, should we find they become problematic, or alternatively, should we find they don't move the needle enough, council has that opportunity to revisit any regulation in the land use bylaw. So hope that helps.
Thank you. One more question with respect to the low density and reducing the width of the required lots. So you've said that it goes to a single driveway from the potential currently to have a single or a double driveway, which would go from, in my estimation, 4 parking stalls in a garage on the driveway to 2. But you're saying that you would ultimately be able to have 4 units on that lot that now is being divided into 2 units. And you're saying that the parking is not changing. So where are you putting those other cars if everyone is wanting to drive?
Through the chair to Councillor Clark, and perhaps I'll ask my colleague Ms. Thompson just to be on standby to supplement if needed. But currently in the land use bylaw, a single detached dwelling requires 2 parking spaces per lot, per house. So right now, you need 2. Practically in reality, often, you will see 2 cars in that double garage and another 2 in the driveway. But the land use bylaw minimum is just simply to have 2. If that older house was then taken down, subdivided, and replaced with 2 narrower homes, along with the single driveway, you again can still have that minimum parking requirement of 2. 1 in the single wide garage, 1 in the single wide driveway. So what my point is that minimum requirement of 2 is not changing. But as I said, ironically, by slightly narrowing the lots, accompanied with that narrower driveway, you actually have a little bit more space on the street for cart placement, for slightly longer vehicles, and so forth. The other thing is, again, in reality, not everybody on the same street is going to subdivide overnight, right? So you might see these gradually happen over time. I think last year we had 2 or 3 infill subdivision applications in various parts of the city. So again, should any of this become problematic, there are opportunities to revisit this. We're just trying to enable favorable conditions that over time can gradually and sensitively increase the housing supply, housing diversity, and housing affordability. If you have a family with 5 teenagers, that house might not be for you, but that's okay. There are other housing products for such circumstances. This is about enabling more diversity for more diverse living arrangements.
And those secondary suites that would ultimately give us the target of 4 dwelling units, do they have a requirement for parking as well?
Counselor Clark, right now, the first secondary suite does not have a requirement for a parking stall. I can defer to Chelsea Thompson for a little more information on that.
Thank you, Lori. Yeah, Counselor Clark, that's correct. So under the current regulations, secondary suites do not have parking requirements for the first suite. In the certain situations in the low density district where a single family house may have 2 suites, then just 1 additional stall would have been required for the suites, which would be above and beyond the 2 base for the house. So in total, you'd be getting 3 in that situation. But what you're talking about with something new, 1 suite has no parking requirements.
Okay, and this proposed change ultimately would only have 4, or would they have the ability to have 2 secondary suites on each side?
No, they'd be limited to 1 if the lot was smaller. So if they did choose to go with a smaller lot, then they'd be limited to the single car garage, single car driveway, and 1 suite. So basically where you had 1 larger lot and you subdivided it. So when it was 1 larger lot with a single family home that maybe had a double car garage and a double driveway, which was most likely, that situation netted 4, would have provided 4 stalls. By subdividing it, limiting it to the single driveway and single garage, and you'd be still netting 4 required. So there's not more required. And if each of them still did a suite, you'd still not be requiring any more parking than 4.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions, but I'll let my colleagues go ahead.
Just really quickly, I remember the question I was going to ask. Federal requirements, as you mentioned, obviously we're certainly meeting those. So, certainly appreciate that. I think what we need to be cognizant of is that what we're chasing is the federal dollars. Do we know the 2025 versus 2026, whether it's year to date or comparative periods for migration numbers into Alberta? Because from what I understand, they are decreasing versus what they are. St. Albert's always been in demand. We're continually not meeting the demand for residential units. That's evident with the way the market conditions are here in the city. But do we know what that delta is or that changes 2025 to 2026?
Unless someone's got, I don't have the specific numbers. We've seen a net decrease overall, but we still have a net positive immigration into Alberta compared to the other provinces, but significantly less than previous years, right? And so what that trend looks like going forward is a good question. We can pull those numbers and get them to you, Mayor. To your point, I think traditionally St. Albert has been fairly steady in terms of our growth rate, right? And the team can certainly talk about sort of vacancy rates, which are low, to your point, in terms of the demand. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would say St. Albert being, obviously a in-demand community to move to, obviously to migrate to. I think the challenge from the 9.82 moving to 8, why we only see 2 or 3 a year when it comes to infill, from a return on investment if it's a developer, going from 9.82 makes it difficult. I've seen the market analysis on that. Going to 8 maybe obviously opens up more opportunity for that, but typically you don't see it. We haven't seen a ton of infill in St. Albert because one, cost of acquisition is higher comparatively to our neighbor of the south, and 9.82 being a larger requirement versus this, our neighbor to the south. Going to 8 may obviously increase the opportunity for that and the ability to I guess make it more affordable to from a return on investment perspective from a developer. But just some food for thought, and I'll move it to Councillor Cortash because I know he's been waiting for a while. Thank you.
Thanks. No, that's okay.
I've got a page full of questions about, technical stuff and public consultation, but I'm gonna, I keep coming back to this sort of overall question about what's driving this. And that might seem like a bit of an obtuse question. I know you covered it. I know you talked about the housing needs assessment, that type of thing. But the reason I'm asking is because what's driving this affects, obviously determines the solution. Is it being driven by a need for affordability? And if so, I mean, Councillor Hughes had some good questions. We had, does subdividing lots make things more affordable or not, or bungalows? So is it being driven by affordability? Is it being driven by just a requirement to add more housing supply or more diversity? If it's more diversity, we're seeing that in greenfield development. So do we need that elsewhere as well? Is it, or to the mayor's point, are we chasing federal dollars? Or maybe it's residents that are asking for it. Maybe we've got residents that are saying, hey, I've got this lot and I want to be able to divide my lot and sell off 2 lots and make some money doing that. Like so I realize and maybe it's all of the above. I don't know, but like, what's driving these changes? Yeah.
Yeah, evolution is driving these changes, Councillor, right? And so St. Albert is growing. At the end of the day, Canada, you can disagree or agree whether there's a housing crisis or not, but there's certainly a significant demand for housing. What that looks like over the next 3 to 5 years in light of immigration policy is anybody's guess holistically, but people are still coming to Alberta, right, is certainly the takeaway. And I think we had Alberta net migration for Q1 of 2026, Mayor, we were able to pull as 5,358 compared to 17,800 a year ago. So still net positive, but definitely a decrease. Sorry for that aside.
Yeah, no.
And so at the end of the day, I'll just sort of push it out. We're not chasing federal dollars, right? At the end of the day, if council wants to make a decision that does not enable those funds, like fine, we'll stop doing that work ultimately. This is about increased housing and increased flexibility in terms of housing choice across St. Albert. Whether that, to Councillor Hughes' point, whether that equates to affordability or not is a market, ultimately an issue, right? But increased supply generally results in decreased cost over time. I don't know if this is going to get us to that level or not. I don't know what the market ultimately will look like, right, as we look forward. But this is fundamentally about increased housing choice and increased housing supply in St. Albert.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that. No, I realize it's a bit of an esoteric conversation here, but I mean, that is a core function of cities, is to provide places for people to live. So we need to increase the housing supply. We can do that in different means. I've got this conversation in the back of my mind from that I had this weekend about all the new development that's happening. We've got Ville-Giroux and Riverside and apartments and condos. And so when we look at the housing needs assessment, maybe this relates to the immigration question that the mayor had as well. The housing needs assessment, I think, was just recently completed, right? June 2026. Do we know, like, that seems pretty up to date, but we also have like hundreds of apartments and condos that are being built right now. We still have a need beyond that moving forward, I guess. Is that the assumption?
Councillor Cortash, the rental market is surveyed every year by CMHC. So the last survey they did was in October 2025. Our rental vacancy rate is close to 0 as it's unreported. It's so low that, so there's a huge demand, and that's the reason why we're getting a lot of apartments, is because the demand is there. People who come to St. Albert for employment or because they like St. Albert. Not all of them are going to purchase a house. Not all of them are at the same a life stage where they want to purchase a home. And also, as seniors get older and we become 1- and 2-person households, they start downsizing and they need options for downsizing. So what the purpose of the Housing Accelerator Fund and our initiatives is to expand the housing choices so there are choices in our community. So that when people want to age, they might not be able to age in place in their single family home because it's not suitable for them anymore, but they still want to stay in St. Albert. So that's one of the purposes, is to improve it in even young families. They could not afford a single family home, but they could afford a townhouse. So they could still live in St. Albert, live in a townhouse, and then, eventually if they want to move to a single family home later on in life, they can. But it's just, you got to provide options for people at all life stages.
If I may, Councillor Cortash, just to supplement my colleague, None of what you see here is a new idea, as we said in the report. Back in 2021, we adopted a new municipal development plan. That was the high level, the what, as Ms. Mahoney said. This is the how. The Housing Accelerator Fund has maybe moved up these particulars a few years, but it's not a new idea. The MDP at a high level, it said, there are costs and issues associated with suburban sprawl. So let's try to balance that where appropriate by building in, building up, and where we are going to build out, let's do so in a manner that's smarter, more efficient, more diverse, as per your comment. Just maybe to clarify one of the reoccurring comments we've heard today and in past meetings is with respect to new product not being as affordable as the old product. I would respectfully submit that that's a given. A new house, whether it's a brand new bungalow, it's always going to be costlier than the existing dwelling that had older appliances and an aging roof and furnace and all that type of stuff. What this is about achieving affordability over time. And there's typically, the research points to a bit of a domino effect that happens. Some super high level numbers that we went over with our friends in assessment. If you had a $500,000 single detached dwelling today, currently that brings in roughly $4,000 in property tax revenue for the city. In this hypothetical scenario, if you were to subdivide that property, build 2 single detached dwellings, each with basement suites, the revised assessment on that on those 2 new properties combined, it could be in the magnitude of 1.7 million. So yes, pricier than the bungalow that used to be there, that, remember, is approaching the end of its life cycle and needs to be replaced anyway. But now that assessment has increased from 500K to roughly 1.7 million. The property tax revenue on that has now more than tripled, with very minimal to no municipal infrastructure upgrades required, because the bus is already going by, as is the snowplow and the waste collection. You contrast that to a greenfield area where there are, you're expanding everything. You're looking at new school sites, you're looking at new fire hall locations. So there is a huge market for greenfield opportunities. What the MDP says isn't we're going to forget about that. It just says that we're going to aspire to see more balance. And when we talk about balance, the MDP talks about an aspirational goal of 20%. So if only 10% of our lots could actually qualify, satisfy rather our minimum lot width requirements to build, let's call them skinny singles, these changes, by reducing that a mere 19%, if you could now enable up to 55% of them to subdivide, we do feel that could put a dent in the housing affordability situation, balanced with the greenfield opportunities. As for the stairs versus no stairs, there are different products for that. There's no one size fits all sort of silver bullet. Each family unit, each individual has their own realities, but we're just looking to facilitate more of this missing middle, which, as I said in prior presentations, is literally missing in St. Albert. And even for the products that are here, as Ms. Scott pointed out, the vacancy rate is close to 0. So it's for all of these reasons that we're bringing forward these, in our view, mostly minor tweaks to the land use bylaw that we feel reflects the community input we received. It matches what's viable for our essential city building partners and private industry to actually pursue. And again, we envision this would be done incrementally over many future decades. And if we get it wrong, we can change it. So.
No, I sincerely appreciate you taking that question on. It was you know, understandably a little bit vague, but it's this kind of conversation that I think is going to help us understand and sort of wrap our minds around why we're doing this and what the solutions are going to be. And I certainly appreciate that infill, any kind of infill development has a net benefit to the city in terms of taxes. I think one of the former candidates, Edmonton, was fond of saying that every infill development represents a tax decrease for existing residents. So I understand that benefit to the city. And I suppose what I'm hearing you say in part two is that by being more permissive in our land use bylaw, by allowing some of these things, that also, I guess, to a certain extent, will allow the private sector and landowners to do different things and provide different housing options. Whether or not that has an effect on affordability is maybe a little bit less clear, but certainly allows for more market-driven options in our community. Yeah, so I have some specific questions about the land use districts here. Can I maybe use I'm going to use St. Albert Center. I don't know if they'd appreciate being dragged into this, but I'm going to use just as an example. So we've got St. Albert Center. Currently, that's trail corridor commercial. I assume they've got a big parking lot there. If they wanted to develop, if they wanted to put in some housing on that site right now, they'd be permitted. Sorry, apartments would be a discretionary use up to 6 meters or so. So that would be discretionary now. And under the new regulations, they would be permitted to, it would just be a permitted use. They'd be able to put apartments up in the parking lot up to 25-meter height, correct? Okay. And so then, or they could apply for redistricting to a mixed-use transit-oriented development that would then come before council. And if council approved a new districting or that mixed-use transit, then they would be permitted to build a 50-meter tower. Okay. Just want to make sure I understood that correctly. And so the mixed-use transit-oriented development, that could occur anywhere along the trail corridor commercial or other areas in the community, right? So when the pictures that were shown of downtown earlier, was that under the mixed-use transit-oriented development option?
Councillor Korotash, downtown has its own downtown zoning, so we're not looking to make any changes to the downtown zoning. The intent is that the MU transit-oriented development district would be applied specifically to properties along St. Albert Trail when future landowners were interested and pursued that process.
Okay, maybe what was the photo that was shown then of there was a photo of downtown, I think, right?
Councillor Kortash, there may have been a clip of downtown and sort of in the background of one of the concepts. That concept merely reflects what's already allowed through the downtown district. But yeah, nothing you see here, as you can see, nothing is impacting the existing downtown district. It happens to be located adjacent to the transit corridor, but these changes here in green are intended for everywhere along the trail except downtown, if you like.
Okay. Why, if we're trying to make this more permissive, why would we limit it to 6 stories on the trail commercial corridor as a permitted use under TCC? We've got the Botanica development, we've got the Amacon development that are approved for taller buildings and that, but like, was there any consideration given to increasing that permitted height in the trail corridor commercial?
Through the mayor to Councillor Kortash, I mentioned quite simply that the difference between these two green districts are that the trail corridor is sort of done one at a time, but it is essentially, for the most part, a typical, North American style commercial corridor. When we introduce residential uses, it's what we would consider a baby step, if you like. In the ideal scenario, as market conditions and other factors evolve, ideally we would see applicants come forward to redistrict to this mixed-use transit-oriented development district. That 50-meter height here is one of those incentives to redistrict. And along with that redistricting comes a more compatible mixed-use built form that enables more walking and live-work arrangements and those types of considerations.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I just, one of my sort of takeaways here was that are we making it harder for development to occur in the trail corridor commercial? And the reason I asked that, we're increasing the setbacks, we're reducing the massing of the building from 100 meters to 80 meters. I guess we're permitted, so we're permitting it, but we're gonna make it permitted from discretionary, but then make the type of building more restrictive. Is that accurate?
We're proposing to introduce changes to existing regulations or new regulations to improve compatibility and the overall look and design of the built form that would go there. So we're looking to increase the minimum building setback, I think from 6 to 10 meters.
So
And
I guess,
that
so,
would-
go ahead.
Oh, that would be when it's abutting low-density residential, because you want a bigger setback from a taller building to a low-rise
Sure.
building.
I guess what I'm wondering is, if we make these changes to the TCC, is that going to incentivize, is that going to make it easier for landowners along the trail to develop housing units? Does this actually move the needle and make it easier by making that change to the TCC?
Well, it would move it from a discretionary use to a permitted use, so that would be permitted as of right. We added the additional regulations based on comments that we heard from the community, as well as just our own comments and concerns about compatibility when it comes to built form and urban design too. So the reduction in the length of the building, it helps with massing, because the last thing you want is a very large block of building that can become quite overpowering and imposing. So we're looking to regulate the massing through that mechanism.
Okay, thanks. The last question I had about the TCC, and then Mr. Mayor, you can move on to others, or anyone else wants to jump in on this, but there's something mentioned in the report. I think this was something that was previously distributed to council in the overview for the HAF funding. It talked about potential financial incentives for residential development, or financial incentives for this type of higher density residential development. I think it was on slide 13 of the HAF overview. I don't have it in front of me right now, but what was envisioned there? What is that? Is there a potential scenario where we're providing some sort of financial incentive to encourage this kind of development?
Councillor Cortes, yes, we are working on developing a financial incentive program. So we're just fleshing out the details now, and then we're looking to implement it later on in this year.
Okay, and is that specific to the TCC, or would that be, we know Spruce Grove and Airdrie have just have some sort of financial incentives with respect to redevelopment in their downtown cores. We've seen similar things in Edmonton. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about for financial incentives?
Yeah, so we would have it a broad incentive program, so it would be suitable for secondary suites up to apartment units in any development. And primarily what we're doing is the incentives will be increased if the unit is provided as an affordable housing unit. So it would be accompanied by an agreement with the city for a certain period of time.
Okay, those incentives are specific to affordable units, not?
No,
okay.
it could be both.
Okay.
If you choose to get an affordable unit, then you would get more money, but you would also have to be subject to an agreement.
So that conversation's coming at a later stage, not, okay. All right, thanks. I've got some questions about the low density residential stuff, but come back to those.
Great, thank you. I think we'll be here till midnight, by the way we're going here. Before we move on, I'll just preface that we're going to break for lunch at noon. Just a quick question in terms of the increase in potential for density here. I asked about utility or infrastructure requirements or upgrades required. Have we done an analysis when it comes to potential amenity upgrades, when it comes to supply, community safety, all of that, and what we would anticipate? Because when you start building, larger scale developments like that, obviously the demand on all of that would increase. So or is that anticipated once we look at what that could look like?
Yeah, I think it's part of the overall modeling that we're doing for the growth of St. Albert, right? And as we look at, what are those triggers, the servicing, right, for all those bits and pieces that make St. Albert a desirable place to live. Again, you know, I think it's important to differentiate that sort of the options in the built form between the growth rate of St. Albert at the end of the day. And so, as an example, if we have a 1.5% average, it's ish, right? It's up and down. Say 1,000 people move here last year. If they all live in apartment buildings or they all live in single family dwellings, it actually doesn't alter the demand on our transportation networks, right? Sewer systems, some modeling. And so we do look at that, not specific to this land use recommendation, potential recommendation, but in terms of the overall growth of St. Albert, yeah, those are things that we're modeling.
Thank you. And I would just, maybe just a comment would be some of the concerns we've heard from the community is that if we decrease potentially from 9.82 to 8, and the population that could grow in what is today a single family home with say an average of 4 people, and you split that, and now you have potentially 4 to 6 per dwelling. I think the negative reaction is they went from, you know, a house with 4 people living next door to a house, 2 houses with 12 people or more. And the vehicles and the traffic and the population growth right next door. And I think if we look at it at a very granular level, that would be some of the adverse reaction that we're hearing. And just to be cognizant of maybe the unintended consequences of going and scaling that back so that we can bring in more density on the infill space. But maybe just that's more of a comment, not a question. So I'll move it to Councillor Bermansky. I know you have some more questions.
Thank you. It was mentioned by administration, you know, we're looking towards long-term systemic change, which is essentially a philosophy. It doesn't have anything concrete behind it. And I mean, that's part of the goal of the funding from the federal government. But related to problematic, it's been mentioned we could do these things. And if we run into problems, I mean, we traditionally never go backwards, you know, like why not a slower progression into that 10% that these things can happen, or a permitted choices and specific choices to keep it, make sure we don't run into problems. I feel like when we're saying if it gets problematic, we can go backwards, but it's very difficult to go backwards. And I don't want to see the problematic come to us, or, you know, have council have to deal with problematic, or any of the citizens of St. Albert having to deal with that. So why not slow down the pace is my question to you.
Yeah, maybe I could start, Councillor. And so slowing down the pace effectively means just keeping the status quo when you talk about the 10%, right? And so it doesn't change it. I guess that the question becomes, do we want to see an increase in housing type across St. Albert? We believe it's necessary, which is why we're bringing this in, and we do not believe this is rushing it.
Okay, but the 10% isn't even being, you know, used right now. You were mentioning the number of places that are doing the infill and whatever, and so they have the ability to do infill. The demand hasn't been there. And then you're talking about developers coming in and quick permitting as well, which is another problem I've heard from developers that, you know, for example, in Edmonton, there's, you know, your 5 core, you know, developers, and then all of a sudden you have 100 other developers, you know, doing things that probably, you know, have caused issues or fast permitting. So those are the kind of things I'm very concerned about in progressing things without, you know, an extreme due diligence from what we've learned from other communities.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor. The team could certainly jump in. I think we are not doing what Edmonton has done, right? That they're looking to sort of scale back. So it is not sort of an open opportunity, right? We still, again, I think the recommendation here, and it, you know, as it still goes forward, is trying to find the balance between a built-in St. Albert solution that works for St. Albert, right, and is not necessarily driven by anything else. And so what has happened in Edmonton is not at all what we are proposing here in St. Albert. The team can certainly jump in if they wish on that.
Okay, and then the financial incentive, where would that money be coming from? And if market demand is dictating, you know, what needs to be, why would we be promoting financial incentive?
Councillor Bermansky, the money will be coming from the Housing Accelerator Fund. That is the money that we got. That is the money that we're spending to implement all these initiatives that we're doing, including e-permitting. So it is coming at no cost to the city, but it is encouraging development and encouraging change through a federal funding source. So we're, I mean, the city doesn't have to match any funding. We're getting the funding and we're getting the benefits of the Housing Accelerator Fund by complying with the grant requirements.
Councillor Bermansky, if I can just supplement, so should the city be successful in securing these next two funding installments from the CMHC, that additional 5.9 million could go a long way to incentivizing such types of development. The second comment I just wanted to make is that not only does St. Albert, St. Albert is not looking to do what Edmonton did, as my colleagues have pointed out. That said, the reason it has been slow, one of the reasons is our housing stock just is not generally as old as it is in Edmonton. The infill subdivision conversation in Edmonton really started just over a decade ago. So St. Albert's housing stock for the most part is a decade, if not two, behind where Edmonton is at. So as we see more of our housing product begin to approach that the end of their usable life cycle, we likely will start to see more interest in this. Not everybody, to my previous point, if someone wanted to replace like for like, they certainly could, or go from a bungalow to a two-story, they certainly could. This is just looking to enable these options in places where currently they can't because they don't meet the minimum housing width. In the future, up to 55% of them could, if they so chose. So that's, again, this is about options, and certainly not trying to be like Edmonton, that this is a very made in St. Albert solution, as we've been trying to communicate, and moving the needle just incrementally, I would submit.
Okay, and rents are definitely higher in St. Albert than they are in Edmonton. That's on all data. But, it's, sure it is. Yes, it is. Okay, point of order, please.
Okay, please. Well, I would say let's objectively make the statement regarding rents if there is empirical or there is data to support that.
In the affordable housing, I saw the data, so I can provide it later, but please don't interrupt. Thank you. Okay, and where are we here now? Now I've lost my train of thought. Okay, so with the funding, it's explained the money from CMHC would be provided for building incentives. And then it's also been mentioned that there's still, there's still busing, there's still utilities and such for these people. But the one factor that we aren't putting in place is that all of these new builds come with a lot of people. In the province, we gained an extra 80,000 students, and then you have the problems of more schools, more sports facilities, and all those dollars come from the taxpayers. So we're changing our city design for 5.9 million that we're providing to builders to build, and then we're responsible for the rest in the big tax picture, I would say. Is that correct?
I would respectfully disagree, Councillor. I don't think we're changing our city for $5 million. We're not chasing federal funding. The infill strategy was a strategy before half was submitted. And I guess we have had, if you look historically, the growth rate of St. Albert has been very stable. And so the question becomes, if you build 1 million houses, I would wager 1 million people are not going to show up tomorrow, right? We've seen the immigration numbers. And so even working on a slight increase, we're not seeing like a huge market shift in St. Albert. So the question becomes, what housing mix, what housing choices do we have for people at all stages of life, which is what this is designed to push in. So I would respectfully disagree with that assertion, Councillor.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
I think the real decision is, fundamentally, do we want to look at new opportunities for additional housing options in St. Albert. And we look at our greenfield development and the corridor in the north. And we look at the west with potential for Lakeview and wanting people to live and work in the community. And at what cost is that? Like, I guess my question, and this is completely objective, is like, other than the federal dollars that are available, what is driving the recommendation that we want to change the land use bylaws to allow for additional development if it could, in certain residential areas, change the fabric of what St. Albert is today? And that is, I think, the fundamental question. If we're comfortable doing that, yes, there is the end of use or end of life cycle residential units, but do we want to allow for more opportunity to redevelop? And I go back to the, living next door to 4 people to potentially living next door to 12. The impact that has long-term on the communities that these people have been a part of, that have helped build the community that we live in today. And are we trying to cater to all residential needs? And I think that fundamentally is the question we need to ask ourselves. And through the public hearing, we'll hear, feedback. I think that's the question at large here, because the $5 million is not going to shift and completely overhaul what St. Albert's going to look like. It's, do we want to incrementally change what potentially some of these older communities or more mature communities are going to look like? And I would, I guess we can do that through debate, but, I think fundamentally that's a question that we have at hand. So I'll move it to Councillor Hughes. I know you have some more questions as well.
Yeah, I only have a couple. I have a whole pages of concerns, but I only have a few that I'm actually going to ask because I'm not here to argue with staff. For the subsidy, so we have the 5.9 million. It's going to go towards incentivizing this. Who gets to benefit from the 5.9 million? Is it the developer or is it the buyer?
Councillor Hughes, we have a wide range of, I guess, expenses and expenditures that we're using. The city will be getting the benefit from the cost for implementing e-permitting across all, I guess, all permitting types. That's an expense that would be normally borne by the city. We have money that we can use for infrastructure upgrades. Those could be cost savings to the city. Also, in the incentive program, what we're doing is we're enabling more housing affordability and also more housing supply through incentives. So it's just going to be a range of items that we're doing, but overall, the funding has to be used to increase housing supply. So that, and also it can be used for capital projects that incentivize housing or housing supply.
So who benefits, the developer or the buyer?
Well, the city benefits because there are costs that we don't have to incur.
But if we're incentivizing this developments, then is it the expectation that the developer would pay less to develop these properties or the expectation that they will reduce the prices?
Probably, it would be, most of them would be for rentals. So it would probably be incentives so that they're being developed. So we're just increasing the housing supply plus affordability.
So we're expecting all of these to be rentals and not homeowners?
Yeah, at this stage, we don't know what the tenure of the developments might be, but I think generally speaking, any financial incentive provided to a developer would financially benefit the developer. If we were looking to require affordable housing units within that development, then there would be an agreement in place with the city, and then the developer or builder would be mandated to provide a certain percentage of those housing units as affordable housing units.
Yeah, so council, I just want to jump in and say this is not a baked in mature concept yet, right? And so the team is still working through it, to your point. But the developer would certainly, the incentive is going to incentivize the developer, right? And if it's specific to the affordable housing, then obviously it would help. But on the initial case, that those details are being worked through, and we'll provide those details to council so you can see them before we would propose pulling the trigger on that.
Do we have a flexibility to not give anything as incentives to developers and keep all the money for ourselves to handle the increased effects of having increased density and the demands on soft surfaces?
Part of the, I guess, the purpose of the incentive program too is to encourage development so that we can actually achieve our housing units, so we can actually get the funding.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. Do we have the choice to not do that? Or is it required that we have to put the money towards incentives?
It does not require that we put the money towards incentives, but if we don't achieve our housing units, we don't get the fund.
This was part of the program that we developed, right? It was a suggestion that incentivization was one of the spokes in the wheel that could help us sort of bring in there. But so no, this is not the federal government saying thou shalt dole out incentives, Councillor.
What are you thinking? How would we keep the money and also incentivize developers to build units?
Apparently, we're changing the land use bylaw dramatically, which should incentivize the developers in and of itself. Otherwise, why are we changing it? So if we did change the land use bylaw to incentivize development, you don't need to also pay them to develop. I'm just asking the question if it's necessary. The other question I had was about the single use of the single lots. I can't remember the page, and forgive me, I have too many pages here to figure this out. When we narrowed the lots and we talked about the parking, we went from doubles to singles. Can we put up that slide? I think it's 26 if I remember correctly, but I may not be. Oh, look at that. I wasn't even too far off. Right. Okay. So when we look at this, on the first side, we have 2 families living there and they have 4 parking spaces, correct?
Councillor, that is correct, but just to clarify, this is a lot that has already been subdivided. So typically it would be one house here, one house with, let's say a double wide garage with a double wide driveway. This is, if that lot was 19.64 meters, then you could subdivide to have the 2. So previously there would have been one house here. Now there's 2. The proposed regulation, there would also have been one house here, but now if that lot was a little bit narrower, you could also still have 2 dwellings. Just
Right.
wanted to clarify.
Sure. And so on the one on the left, the street parking, is there enough space on that between the 2 homes to park a car?
Councillor, at 4.94 meters, it certainly could accommodate many types of cars, potentially not all. The 6.5 certainly could.
Okay. So what we're looking at here is on this side, on the left side, we have a total of 8 parking spaces. And on the right side, we have a total of, we have 8 plus 1. So we have 9 parking spaces on the left. On the right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parking spaces. So we're reducing the parking for the same amount of families from 9 to 5 max.
Councillor, I think in principle, assuming you could fit a vehicle in between here, I see what you're saying. I think the short answer is yes. Again, though, this is about housing diversity for demographics that would be different from the demographic that might buy the house with the double wide garage. So hypothetically, you're 100% correct. You're going from 2 stalls here to 2, and likewise on the other lot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
To 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
But again, this housing product likely would not be of interest to the same type of individual or family that would buy the scenario on the left. So your point is accurate. However, the market that is looking for the type of housing product on the right, the skinny singles, if you like, they are a different demographic, a different life stage.
How are they different? Okay, I'm just looking at, like, let's say I'm 30 years old. I'm going to buy a house. I'm married. How do I have fewer cars? How am I different? I'm going to buy a house for $400,000 because that's what it's going to cost to get that skinny lot. I need 2 incomes to pay for it. I need 2 cars to go to the work to pay for it. How am I different than the guy with the two, the one he has 8 spaces?
I'm just gonna interject here. This will be the last question, then we're gonna go to lunch break because we're gonna be here till September and miss our summer break if we keep going like this. So let's just, after this question, we'll pause.
It's actually my last question, because
Okay.
the parking issue is significant. Because what I'm trying to figure out is where are all the cars going to park? This is going to actually have 2 basement lots in it as well, is what you're suggesting. So we have 4 spaces there, and we have a basement lot. We have a family up top, probably has 2 houses, 2 have cars on top, let's say, on the top, 1 on the bottom, because apparently they're going to be single. And we don't have enough cars now because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the basement lots, we have 5, and the number 6 doesn't have a parking spot. And that's assuming there's no visitor parking. So I'm just trying to figure out how this improves the quality of life for anybody who wants to live near that or in it.
Yeah, maybe I could start, Counselor. So your point's well taken, right? I mean, the math is the math in terms of the parking spaces. At the end of the day, people will choose the product that works best for them. And so the question becomes, are there more choices out there? If someone with 4 or 5 cars chooses one of those, then they're going to be jammed, right, for parking. So I understand exactly where you're coming from, but there is an element of personal choice that comes into this.
These will still be $400,000. They just won't have parking, and there'll be a lot of stress in the neighborhood as they try to figure out how to get home at night. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call a 40-minute recess for lunch, please. Thank you.
Sure, whenever you guys are ready to go, I think we're locked and loaded. Okay, we're gonna venture on here with 6.1. I feel like we're just getting started. But I think before we get going though, I just want to clarify and just remind my colleagues here that we are not here to debate administration, whether or not there's merits to the information that's being presented. They've been tasked with bringing this information forward to a SCOW meeting, which is what they're intended to do. If we feel it is not in the best interest of the community going forward when we do debate and vote on it, then that's where we do it. But we are not here to debate the merits of the information presented because they were tasked with bringing this forward for decision quality information and not to argue whether there's merit to what is being put forward. So let's be cognizant of that and let's keep the conversation constructive so that the questions being asked are to clarify the information presented so that we can make a decision if we would like to go forward with this when the time comes. So with that, we will continue to venture down this, and I will move it to Councillor Clark for additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple. So the comment was made that we're 1 to 2 decades away from our infrastructure actually looking at or potentially looking at infill. Have we had anyone come forward asking for a smaller lot to be able to divide? Or is this, like, where does that come from?
Regarding the infrastructure question, so what we're doing as part of this project is we are looking at servicing capacity as it relates to some of these potential zoning changes. So what we want to know is by enabling this change, like what triggers to the infrastructure system will be required to enable the growth and development as envisioned. So we are going through that process right now. Currently, we do have applicants who come in and are looking to subdivide lands within our older neighborhoods. And through this project, we're just looking at increasing the eligibility or the potential for more lots to be subdivided and redeveloped.
Okay, thank you. And in September, when at the public hearing, if we choose not to move forward with any of them, can we reduce, like if we went forward with 2, but not with the third one, would there be a requirement for us to repay the 5.9 million or a portion that we've already received?
That would be a conversation that we would have to have with CMHC to determine whether funds would have to be paid back.
But it is possible. We can't say unequivocally yes or no.
But those funds are set aside. It's not like we would have to actually dip into our own coffers. Those monies have been set aside, or?
We've been very, very deliberate about how we spent based on the gateways in terms of council approvals. But if they came back and said we want it all, then yes, we would.
Okay. And is there a requirement for the next 5.9 to meet all 3 of those targets that you've identified? Or if we chose to move forward with 2 versus the third one, how would that work?
Ultimately, it would be up to CMHC. However, there's been 3 community, Red Deer had to pay back all its money. Toronto got some of their money taken back, and Vaughan had to pay some back too because they didn't comply with their targets. So, it's up to CMHC. And all we can do is comply with what our agreement is in order to get the full funding amount.
Okay.
But we do have a rough idea of, in terms of that 11.8 million, the allocation per initiative, right? We've got a rough idea of the breakdown of that money as it relates to each of the 7 initiatives. Yeah.
Okay. And what we learned portion of the package, is that just for council's benefit going forward on September the 15th? Or was any of that taken into account in your presentation today?
Thank you for the question. With all of our projects that involve public engagement or community engagement, we always do a what we learned report as it summarizes the events that we hosted, the communication tactics that we employed to promote those events, and it also captures what we heard. So this is standard practice within not only our department, but I would suggest across the entire corporation. And yes, it is for council's benefit. It's to validate for the communities, from the community's perspective, that we did hear their concerns, their comments, and their aspirations. And we did use what we heard to inform the considerations that we're looking at. So there's been a lot of discussion about, what other municipalities have done. We are certainly not taking it nearly as far, not even close. We are proposing changes that would be, we feel are in keeping with St. Albert and that are unique to St. Albert based on that community feedback.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. Councilor Cortash, please go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Couple quick questions on the low density proposed changes. So I just want to make sure I understand. Currently, right now, if you have a lot that's 19.64 meters, like we have four as a right already if a lot is, let's call it 20 meters, right? Because you can subdivide that and do a basement suite or a garage suite.
Correct.
Right? And so, and I think I heard you say earlier, Mr. Walker, that it was 10%, 10% of current lots in St. Albert, that would apply to 10% of the lots. And so if we move to the 16 meters, 8 meter each lot, that opens that up to 55% of the lots. Is that right?
For the single detached housing
Single
product?
detached.
Correct.
And on the semi-detached, I think it was going from 59 to 71%, I think. So I guess my question is there a middle ground? Why go from 20 on the single detached? Why from 20 meters to 16 as opposed to 18 or some middle ground between that 10% of current lots and 55% of current lots? How was the 16 meter chosen? And is there maybe a middle ground somewhere between the 16 and the 20?
Thank you for the question. Hypothetically, yes. But again, one of the prerequisites of the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation is to enable 4 units as of right on as many lots as possible. So again, I talked about how administration through the last year or so, we've been narrowing the project scope. This is sort of this is the number we landed on that would enable 4 units as of right while ensuring that we could address the comments heard from community, other city departments with respect to boulevard trees and parking supply and neighborhood character and those types of considerations. So hypothetically, yes, there could have been a middle ground, but we wouldn't have satisfied the CMHC's aim to enable more housing choice on more lots when landowners so choose.
Okay. I also forgot to compliment you on that tie earlier. That's an excellent tie. I think it's a Metro. Is that anyway?
It is. I wore my London Underground tie for today's transit corridor presentation.
Love it. The other, I just had a question about public feedback moving forward. So between now and September, what you've shown us today, in terms of like the diagrams and the proposal to go down to 8 meters and the single detached, semi-detached, all that. I know there's been a large degree of community feedback so far, but not as I understand it, not on these proposals specifically. This will be part of the land use bylaw change, public hearing and that type of thing, or is there any more formal public input on these proposed changes between now and September, open houses, that kind of thing?
Yeah, the team can jump in, but I know that the last open house had all of these graphics.
Oh, it did.
and
It had
featured
this
these.
was-
It was specific, and basically what you saw on the
Okay.
slides is what was presented.
Okay, I'm my misunderstanding. I thought this came out of that, or in part came out of that. This was presented. And so all those comments that we had in the report were based on these, on this.
Prior
Oh,
to
okay.
the lead up to
Okay.
and including.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, that was easy. I think Councillor Mackay wants you to start over from the top. I don't have any more questions, so thank you for bearing with us while we went through the exhaustive list of questions. And again, appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation. So thank you very much for that. All right, moving to new business with 7.1 regarding C-P and E-07 for our asset management policy update. I'll move it to Mr. Fletcher to start the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We'll probably just need about 30 seconds to do a quick
No problem.
costume change here.
I don't know how to turn this off.
Yeah.
All right, let's
sorry.
rock and roll.
Maybe I'll just fill the airtime when we call up the presentation. So if you got the team from engineering off to my left here, who will take the lead and do the introduction. Just as a way of setting the stage, this is council policy that we're pushing through. We are asking for a decision on this particular item, right, which would be to recommend to council approval. And this is part of the overall, I would call it the evolution and the professionalization of our asset management framework more holistically. And so this is everything from the ones and zeros and the physical piece to accounting all the way up to the policy framework that underpins it, and will ultimately permit us to make better informed decisions across the entirety of our fleet, from, as I say colloquially, pens to buildings. So Ms. George, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Good afternoon, members of the Standing Committee of the Whole. My name is Donnie George, Director of Engineering. Appreciate this opportunity to present the revised AM policy for your consideration this afternoon. I will pass on to Jordan Betteridge, who is the Manager for Asset Management, Land and Integrated Infrastructure Services within Engineering, to take us through a short presentation of the update. Thank you.
Thanks, Donnie. So our presentation today. There we go. Our presentation today will start with a brief Asset Management 101, and then we will move into some of our proposed updates to the Asset Management Council policy for your feedback and consideration. So what is asset management? So in simple terms, asset management is centered around two things. The first is ensuring that we have reliable and accurate data of our assets, including what we know and what condition they are in. The second is using that data to help make informed decisions to deliver the reliable levels of service the community expects at an affordable cost. So asset management lets us answer questions such as, what will the asset cost over its full life cycle? And how can maintenance and renewal activities be optimized to reduce the total cost of ownership? It answers what investments will be necessary to meet the targeted service levels and when will those costs be required? And what risks and service impacts would occur if we underinvest in our infrastructure? So asset management supports better decision-making by providing us information around the assets we own, how they are performing, and what investments are needed to sustain them over time. Asset management lets us forecast over time the condition rating of the assets, which then gives us information around their performance levels and what risks could occur if those assets were to fail. This information lets us make decisions as to how much investment needs are required for the maintenance, renewal, and reconstruction of those assets. This information lets us plan ahead rather than wait for infrastructure failures to occur. It lets us balance the long-term costs necessary to upkeep our infrastructure with the levels of service that we're targeting. Knowing the long-term costs gives us an opportunity to avoid infrastructure deficits or declining infrastructure conditions. So why is doing this work important? Proper planning through asset management leads to the organization being more proactive with our renewal work rather than reactively responding to infrastructure failures. Surprise failures can cause major disruptions to the community and cost much more to repair than if we were proactive. Another benefit to asset management is that it allows us to prioritize our limited budget funding more strategically and effectively. Knowing the criticality of our infrastructure and the risks associated with deterioration and failures, it helps us prioritize our budgets accordingly. Asset management also gives us the information as to what is the most optimal maintenance and renewal work to be done at each point in its condition life cycle so that we can reduce the total cost of ownership of the asset. So asset management is about moving to a system where we can provide council better visibility into the infrastructure risk, the long-term costs, and the investment choices that are available. Good planning around our assets will help make services more affordable, reliable, and resilient.
And can I just note the caption that says AI photo there? That is not St. Albert, nor will it be St. Albert.
So with the city, we use a hub and spoke model with our asset management program. So our asset management hub team is the centralized group that resides in the engineering department. We focus on developing processes, frameworks, methodologies, governance, and templates that can be applied consistently across the organization so that each department is aligned. We also provide assistance to departments to build up their asset management maturity across organization, and we manage corporate level asset management reporting. Our asset management spokes, those are the members within departments who manage their specific department data and implement the asset management framework. The spokes can be field staff, team leads, managers, or anyone within the departments who are stewarding the asset data under their control. Since the Asset Management Hub's inception, a number of asset management documents and tools were created to help set the foundation for the city's asset management program. This slide highlights the progress over the past several years. One item of specific note on this slide that I wanted to bring attention to is the asset management maturity gap analysis and the ongoing asset management maturity improvement plans. So the gap analysis assessed each department's overall asset management maturity within 5 categories: inventory, condition, software, information, and people. And starting from the baseline assessment, it has highlighted the gaps and deficiencies which have allowed departments to prepare their improvement plans for their asset management. So the wheel on this slide shows those 5 categories that were assessed in the asset management gap analysis. The inventory, that's the category that measured knowing what we own and how developed our asset registers are. The information, this category is around having framework in place so that asset stewards know what to do and when. These are the documented processes and procedures promoting higher data integrity, consistent decision making. These documented processes ensure that the system stays consistent no matter who is performing the work. Software, this category involves the tools that are available to assist in tracking asset information and planning. Tools can help streamline and manage data more efficiently, improve productivity, and automate processes. The condition, this category is knowing what shape our assets are in and the ability to place those assets at a specific phase in its life cycle. So this data allows us to forecast when asset renewals and replacements will be required and understand the performance and the risk of the infrastructure systems. And then lastly, people. This category involves the workers and the staff that put everything together. So this piece is just ensuring about staff are trained and competent so that they know how they will be contributing towards asset management. So the Asset Management Hub team is currently working towards improvements in the information category. Our first phase of the project was to update the asset management policy. It was last updated in 2019, and it will be presented to council here today. The policy update is going to set the foundation for our next phase of work, which is the development of an asset management strategy and a strategic asset management plan. These are strategic documents within the overall asset management framework and will provide direction, guidance, and action items for how we will advance our asset management maturity moving forward. So this is the last slide before we dive into the asset management policy changes. So this is just outlining what our phase 2 looks like after the policy work has been completed. And our phase 2 involves the development of the asset management strategy and the strategic asset management plan. So I'll give a quick overview of what they are and why they're different. So the asset management strategy, this builds off the direction set within the policy and outlines the how the city will get the results that we're looking for. It is a higher level, bigger picture document and longer term in nature, typically at least 10 years. And it acts as a roadmap, paving the way for how we will be accomplishing our objective. The strategic asset management plan, it's more of an action-oriented document that aligns with the asset management strategy. This document specifies what needs to happen. So it provides action-oriented items, including who is going to do the task, when it will be required, and what resources are necessary. So just a quick example I can give is, let's say our objective is to travel a group of people across the country. The strategy will determine the high-level items and decisions, like are they going to drive or are they going to fly? The strategic asset management plan builds off that strategy and determines the action-oriented items. So in this example, it would assign a task to a person to rent the van or the bus and pick everyone up on July 10th. So both of these documents help turn the organizational objectives into tangible action items. This work gives us a clear picture of what's ahead and gives us common alignment showing how we will get to where we want to go. So shifting gears a bit now, we have updated the asset management policy, which we are presenting for council's feedback and consideration. The asset management policy was last updated in 2019, so it is timely for an update. As mentioned previously, an updated and current policy gives us a stronger foundation for when we need to move into the development of the asset management strategy and strategic asset management plan. So as part of updating the policy, we undertook a literature review from asset management organizations and a peer review from other municipalities. We performed a gap assessment based off those findings, and then we held a stakeholder engagement workshop with our internal asset management committee, updated the policy accordingly, and circulated those draft changes and updates to our internal asset management working group members. And then upon our review, much of the existing content within the asset management policy was still valid. Some of the changes revolved around improving clarity and ensuring we're still using industry standard definitions and terminology. Other key changes included the inclusion of natural assets and keeping the focus on asset management around evidence-based decision-making and lifecycle management. We also included the council motion clause that is related to special events being part of the prioritization. And then a complete list of the changes that we have included is part of a table as an attachment to the agenda report. And this is just because due to the overall formatting and minor verbiage changes, a redline version would be quite messy and difficult to compare. So based off these changes and the updated policy presented to you, administration is seeking feedback from the committee on the policy. If the committee is amendable to these proposed changes, we would be recommending that the policy be brought forward to a council meeting for approval. Otherwise, we are looking for any feedback that would be desired to be incorporated into this policy before. So that concludes the Asset Management 101 and policy update presentation. We're open for questions or comments.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have some questions and I'll move it to Councillor McKay to start, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the 101 and thanks for the report and updates. My question just relates to when we take over a builder's assets. When does that occur? I think it's usually 2 years after approximately then. And then how do we inform ourselves as to the state of those assets when they come into our care? I mean, are we tracking them? I know they have standards, they have to build to our standards, but I mean, do we monitor and make sure that by the time we becomes our responsibility, that they're in good shape and we don't have to begin from point A again.
I can take a first stab at it, and if you want to add, please add. So what you're referring to is the developer contributed assets in our world. So it comes through various processes. The planning phase of it, we decide what structure needs to go in, they build it, we approve the design as part of the development agreement. We have a construction completion certification process after they construct. So our inspectors go out. The assets involved typically through those contributed assets are the underground utilities, the sidewalks, the road structure, landscaping items typically. So we have inspectors go out from each of those asset ownership department as well before we receive the asset as it was contributed. So between CCC and final acceptance is a 2-year period roughly. Some assets will have less number of years. We have a deficiency list that we go through and ask the developers, contractors to complete the deficiencies and transfer the asset to us. So at CCC, we accept the asset, FAC, we completely take ownership for, and then that get transferred to each asset owner. For example, the roads get, the road planning, the RMR work comes to engineering, but the maintenance and operations goes to public operations. So both of them are informed of. It gets into a GIS, a spatial reference data, where we incorporate all the information coming through. So now, as you know, we are implementing the CityWorks implementation software program, which will enhance the ability to communicate that process as we move forward. But right now, it's a manual process of update to GIS, and then we transfer the information to the respective department for ownership. At the onset of the design, we always make sure that the assets contributed are meeting our engineering servicing standards. That's the bottom line at the end of the day. Yeah. Want to add anything to that?
You covered it.
If possible.
Sorry, I apologize. We, I mean, obviously we can't see what's underground. We can't see the invisible, but we do see the visible. And sometimes these things, usually it's landscaping, and lots of times developers get into subcontractors and we're left with some issues in relation to trees dying and or overgrown weeds or things like that. And I mean, I know that's not entirely assets, but that's how do you deal with making sure that we have processes that we're not taking on something that's potentially going to cost us a lot of money to either repair or remediate. And it sounds like it's currently within policy or within existing policies.
We currently cover that through our existing processes. For example, if a tree dies, we ask them to replace it before we accept. We can't accept a dead tree at the end of the day, right? So that's what happens right now.
And if I could just add around the underground stuff, the stuff that we can't see from the surface, our team does do inspections throughout construction. So they do have reports from engineering, their engineering consultants as well provide reports. And then we do camera those pipes as well. So we can see the integrity of those pipes from the inside out, at least there too.
Yeah, do you do that before you take, or so you would actually take a camera down and kind of scope out a particular, or would you only do it if you thought there was a problem?
I would just add that it's the contractor's responsibility on the developer side to provide us with the camera document. Every time a development agreement closes, it's a big document that comes through us, right? So they provide us with a USB, with a printout, and our team goes through each element of the picture and make sure that is this acceptable in the range that we're expecting. So that happens through the process currently.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't actually have a huge question, but I do believe that there's an audit being planned relating to our assets in general, right? Isn't that not for you, but the audit?
Or
committee?
data governance, correct.
The debt governance, I mean, in the upcoming years, we have something with the asset, how we're planning our infrastructure long-term. Isn't that, it's not this year, but it's a year or two later. Isn't that correct? I'm just trying to remember, there's 3, but I do. believe
No,
there's an asset plan.
I apologize, Counselor. If you give me a second, I can look it up here real quick.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge it. It's okay. I believe we have it. And I just want to acknowledge that because going into the audit in a year or 2 from now, the stronger we are, the easier it is to actually improve. And so I think that doing this now is actually super helpful because we don't want to go into it and just say, okay, all these things had to get done. Where we're like, we're actually ahead of the game. Now, what do you have to tell us to help us become even stronger? So, and just in general, like the assets that we have with our infrastructure, that's what makes the city what it is. And the first disaster changes everyone's lives. So the better that we can plan for this, the better everyone actually lives and is happy about being able to live in their homes. So I appreciate you guys making the effort for all of this, and I don't have any other issues with it. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just going to ask about the natural assets addition to the policy. So as best as I can tell, we're just changing the definition or just including it to changing the policy or proposing to change the policy just to include natural assets. But I guess my question is, what are the implications of that? I guess we're working on a natural asset inventory and management plan. What are the implications here?
So I guess just taking a step back, when we look at the assets the city owns, they provide services, but they also provide value to the residents as well. So some of our natural assets fall within that. Those could be our wetlands, Carrot Creek, those kind of things that naturally occurring that we do want to maintain and take care of because they do provide a lot of value to those residents. So we just want to acknowledge that in here and make sure that's incorporated into the overall asset management program as we start to develop further and further down.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I don't believe there's any more questions from administration. I'd ask for someone to bring forward the recommended motion. Don't all jump at once. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Patrick.
That the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that policy C-P&E-07 asset management attached to the July 7th, 2026 agenda report entitled C-P&E-07 asset management policy update be approved.
Thank you. Any last minute burning questions for administration before I accept that motion? Nope. Perfect. I'll accept it, and I know Councillor Patrick wants to open up the debate, so. Nothing? Okay. Moving on. We can go to vote, please. Wonderful. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, moving to Section 8 emergent items. I don't have anything. I'd ask if any councillors do at this point. I don't believe so. And I don't see any IRs, notice of motions. No, I don't believe there's any IRs or notice of motions that's been confirmed. Is that correct, Mr. Fletcher?
Unless we're missing something, we had none on the record, but which one are you thinking, councillors?
I think I remember I was supposed to read in the motion for the July 14th for the Children's Theater, but if you guys already put out that news release, I don't need to read it. I just don't know if he did a news release or not. Remember?
No, I think we're good, Councillor. If you're
We're good?
Yeah.
If you're good, I'm good. Thanks.
Wonderful. And one announcement before we make a motion to go on camera is that I'd like to thank and congratulate Mr. Fletcher. We've executed a new renewal of his contract for 5 years. So I know who was delayed in getting that done, and it wasn't him. So congratulations. Thank you for all the hard work, and we look forward to continue to work with you. So thank you very much. With that, I'd ask for a you can clap. Should we give him a round of applause? Yeah.
That would be entirely inappropriate, Mayor. So
Yeah. He might grow his hair back if he does. I'd ask for a motion to move in camera, please. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
The council move in camera to discuss a matter pursuant to sections 26(1)A and 29(1)A of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you very much. I'll accept that, and we can just go to vote, please. And that passed unanimously. We'll go in camera now. Thank you.